Okay, not gonna lie, I wasn't sure if I should start this out in like regular just chatting and then move over to ASMR. Um, but yeah. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Today's a bit of a comfy stream. I'm gonna be doing some reading of 1984, the novel by George Orwell. Because man, my history with this book is kind of insane. It pops up throughout my however many years of life on this earth. I swear, every so often I hear people be like, "Oh, you need to read this book. You need to check out this book," and then I'm like, I don't need to read it right now. I'll read it later. Or it honestly did not sound interesting to me. Very much like I wasn't even in like my sci-fi love yet. I was still in like my fantasy era, and I'm like, give me all the fantasy stuff. I don't want to hear about the real world. I want to know about not real worlds. Let me dive into anime worlds and isekais and whatever. I don't care about 1984. So when people recommended me to that about it at the time, I was like, yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm good, thanks. But, you know, life has an interesting way of changing you, forcing you to have different perspectives. You make mistakes, you learn from them, you brush off your bruises, you get up and you try again, that kind of thing. And eventually, people recommend it again, and you're like, again? Oh, wait a second. I'm now in my sci-fi love era. That's kind of a sci-fi book. I'm kind of interested, at least, in like the philosophy and these interesting concepts that are discussed in this book. Oh, maybe I should try it. Okay, so yes, like a Shaq tasting thing. You're like, wait. First, you're like, might not be, and then later you're like, wait. I have been enlightened to this. I should give it a try. So I buy the book. Or no, I think I stole it off an ex. Sorry to that ex if you're watching this. Either way, I managed to get a hold of the book. And then I started reading it for like 2 years. I tried to read it. Like I would open it and then I would get to like oh, you don't know the stories I have of stolen materials from exes and not it's completely, it's like, it's not bad stuff. I didn't actually steal important stuff. Okay, they know, they're fine with it. It's just the stuff that I that I get from after breakups is a very unique, interesting thing because I don't take normal shit. I take textbooks and I take novels, and then maybe the occasional hoodie. Anyway, okay, they're comfy. Okay, look, sometimes you guys get really comfy hoodies, and then and I like that it's bigger than the size that I want because it's nice and okay. Anyway, high value. That is true. They are actually very much high value items. Okay, some, I don't know what the hell you guys do. It's either you guys have some sort of boys club or whatever. You guys all meet together and you're like, okay, this brand is comfy and cozy. That brand is also comfy and cozy. Buy those hoodies because these girls will steal them from you. Yeah. Anyway, so I did manage to get a hold of the 1984 book, and I did try to read it on and off for like 2 years. I couldn't get into it. I don't know what it is. Either the terminology is just, I just couldn't get immersed into it, or like I'm so entrenched in like social media and stuff that I don't have the attention span anymore to sit there and force myself to read it. How long is it? Good question. How many pages is this? 182 pages. I will be reading off a PDF that I got off the internet because 1984 is easily and readily accessible if you search it online, because it was published in 1949 according to what I'm looking at right now, which is a very long time and bypasses copyright. So pretty sure it's like free knowledge now. Yeah, social media attention span. Yeah, it's so bad. It's like I'll be trying to read. Even okay, it's even easier. I would say it's supposed to be easier when you're reading it in a book, because a book can't give you notifications. But the problem is that sometimes I'll be like, I can't just sit here and read. I need to like do stuff, and then I'll find time to read while I'm in the subway or whatever, right? But then when you're reading on your phone, then you get like notifications about this thing and notifications about that thing, and the next thing you know, you've only read like one half of a page. Oh, digital minimalism. Oh shit, I might. Wait, is that similar to like those phones out there that you can buy that are purposefully like you can't download any apps on it. You literally only have like the basic shit where it's like you can either call people. I don't know if like text is on there. Maybe there was was it email? Or like calculator, like a lot of like the basic stuff is on the phone, but anything else is not there at all. I know there's like a launcher you can download for that. It like basically wipes your entire phone. Kinda, it's about using technology in a very intentional way without getting sucked into the algorithms and stuff. Ooh, shit, that's a good read then. Hey, yo, let me know how that goes. I might be interested in reading that as well. Dang. That's true though. That is true. Needing to being minimalist on digital stuff is so... It's such a mood. It's a problem. I definitely admit it's a problem. But yeah, so the reason why this came up today and has inspired me to force myself to stream it is because, like I was saying in chat, I posted it in the Discord, so whoever wants to check it out, make sure to join the Discord. It's in the videos channel. I came across this video on YouTube from MIT. It's a 1 hour long lecture. Technically it's like 2/3 of it is a lecture, the other third is like Q&A, but really insightful Q&A. But basically it's a lecture put on by Lupe Fiasco, who is apparently a rapper. I've never heard of him before, but he was giving a lecture on rap and how to write rap. And I thought that was cool because I like listening to rap. And maybe, just getting information is interesting, and learning stuff that I'm interested about is cool. So I was like, oh, okay, sure, I'll give it a watch. And then he started talking, and I was like, holy shit, this guy is smart. Like, big brain smart. Like, again, I don't know why this is the thing that gets to me. His command of the English language, the way that he chooses words, is so intentional. And I was like, you know what? That makes sense. He's a rapper. Words are like supposed to be his thing. So you know what? That should not have came as a surprise to me. But anyway, highly recommend. Go check it out. He manages to explain like really simple concepts and extrapolate it into these really expansive, creative ways of application that I never even considered. He points out the patterns and then shows you how it applies to like everyday music. in his category, of course, is like rap. So it's like one of the reference he like references Eminem. He referenced a song from what the fuck was his name again? Oh god, I literally just listened. Kendrick Lamar. It was the song "Sing About Me." I'm dying of thirst. Which again is another thing where like I've heard of Kendrick Lamar, but I probably have listened to some of his stuff, but like I just don't know that it's coming from him. So that was another interesting way of like listening to that song and then hearing Lupe explain it and be like, oh shit, so that's what's going on behind this song and things like that. Anyway, during one of the Q&As, it was like an English teacher who was like saying, oh, you know, because like the lecture was open to the public. The whole class, I think, is open to the public. And it was like an English teacher who was like teaching at a school somewhere near MIT, I'm assuming. She came in, asked a question in the Q&A session, and she's like, how do I get my students to listen to me, an English teacher, when they like want to rap and want to be like the next Lupe Fiasco, and like what are your inspirations and stuff, right? And one of the things that he said was that 1984 was a big turning point for him when he was in high school and him reading it and stuff. And it really influenced his like mentality growing up in how to like craft his raps and stuff. I was like, there it is again. He's mentioning 1984. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay, you know what? I'm like, I literally, when he said 1984, I paused the video, I smacked my hand onto the table, and I walked away because I was so annoyed. I was like, not this again. Everything in my life is telling me to read this goddamn book. And I swear to God, I was like, yeah, I was literally like, this fucking book. Why? You couldn't have recommended any other book. And I was like, I would have readily put it in my reading list. But I've got such a history with this goddamn book that I'm like, oh my God. So that is what we're doing here today. Is this kind of a selfish reason to stream? Yes. Did anyone ask for this? No. So, you know, I do not really blame anyone if you like click into the stream and it's not, and you're looking for something more entertaining, which is entirely fair. If you're looking for something more entertaining, where you won't get the hee ha-has, feel free. There is no judgment. You are feel free to click out of this video and go watch another streamer. This is honestly, in a very, I guess I will admit it, is a very selfish way of forcing myself to read a book. Look, if students can force themselves to stream while studying, then I'm gonna force myself to stream while reading a book that I keep trying to, but I can't do. Stream forces me to narrow focus on whatever it is that I'm doing without like many distractions. So I'm sure there will be hee hee ha ha somehow. I don't know. I don't know. I will say I think 1984 is a very thick book. Thick with the 2 C's, or maybe 5 C's. It's very thick of a book. Not in like thickness of pages, but like thickness of content. A lot of people say that 1984 will really change your mind on how you see the world. A lot of things that is happening right now, in the past, in the future, you'll be able to draw very close parallels to things referenced in this book, which is why people talk about it so much. Like, it's referenced in everything: political theory, philosophical theory, scientific theory, cultural, societal, whatever you think about, apparently it all has parallels to this book that was written in fucking 1949 or whatever, by this man who did not have internet, who did not have all this modern technology, and somehow wrote about stuff that we can relate to. So it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, honestly, some ideas just continue on, and it's like, isn't it like one of those things where it's like, what is it? If you don't learn from the past or like history, you're doomed to repeat it. So arguably, maybe we just haven't been learning from these lessons enough. So who knows? Who knows? Excuse me, sorry. But yeah, that's the build-up intro to what's gonna happen today. That's also your fair warning, where if you want something super high energy, this is not gonna be it for you. It's gonna be pretty comfy, cozy. Probably gonna turn down the music a lot more. I don't know if I should keep it on. Maybe like really, really quiet. So let me know if the music is too loud. But yeah, gonna be doing some ASMR reading of 1984. Feel free to tuck yourself into bed, if that is your plan, or I don't know, put me in the background if you want. I wouldn't know that. I can't see you. Unless maybe I can. Okay, no, I'm gonna stop being creepy. Okay, I'm gonna switch screens now. I'm sorry. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Fira's not creepy at all whatsoever. Yeah, feel free to play some Splatoon or you know, whatever it is you'd like to do in the background. And then I'm gonna start, and also change the category to ASMR. See, the thing is, I don't know whether I should just talk quietly or if I should just whisper. I feel like there's, at some point, these ASMR people kind of do a mix of both. So we're gonna try regular. Oh, okay. Is it regular talk? Okay, I'll speak quieter, but I won't like get it down to a whisper. Just casual reading. Okay. But yeah, again, let me know if the music's too loud. And also if I'm too quiet, which I'm gonna have to try and figure out if it's at like the right volume. I think it should be okay. Okay, here we go. 1984 by George Orwell. It says the date 1949 underneath. I'm assuming that's when it was published. This PDF really did not give any like copyright or whatever. Wherever it's coming from, it's gone. So we're just gonna go straight. Already bamboozled. Oh no. It's 2 different years. I know, right? Why is there a second year? I don't know. Anyway. Chapter 1. It was a bright and cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it, a colored poster, too large for indoor display, had been tackled to the wall. Hello, Lucas. Yes, I'm literally reading 1984. Welcome. Settle in, feel free, have fun. We doing it. Ahem. It was depicted simply an enormous face, more than a meter wide. The face of a man of almost 45, with a heavy black mustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift. Even at the best of times, it was seldom working, and at present, the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. Like to read a book or something on stream just to increase my vocabulary. I know, right? Lucas, you should start streaming and start reading because this is how I'm forcing myself to read. Yeah, there's so far we've realized there's a hate week, interestingly. Yep, okay. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face glazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eyes follow you about when you move. Big Brother is watching you. The caption beneath it ran. Oh, that's ominous. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron. The voice came from an oblong metal plate like a dulled mirror, which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch, and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, open bracket, the telescreen, it was called, close bracket, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. He moved over to the window. A smallish, frail figure, the meagerness of his body merely emphasized by the blue overalls which were the uniform of the party. His hair was very fair, his face naturally sanguine, and his skin roughened by coarse soap and blunt razor blades and the cold of the winter that had just ended. I love ish words. True. Outside, even though the shut window pane, the world looked cold. Down in the street, little eddies of wind were whirling dust and torn paper into spirals, and though the sun was shining and the sky was a harsh blue, there seemed to be no color in anything, except the posters that were plastered everywhere. The black, mustachioed face gazed down from every commanding corner. There was one on the house front immediately opposite. Big Brother is watching you, the caption said, while the dark eyes looked deep into Winston's own. Down at street level, another poster, torn at one corner, flapped fitfully in the wind, alternately covering and uncovering the single word Ingsoc. In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant, like a bluebottle, and darted away with a curving flight. It was the police patrol, snooping into people's windows. Oh my god. The patrols did not matter, however. Only the thought police mattered. Oh god. Oh no. It's happening. See, the thing is, like, I remember encountering these words here and there on the internet, and I know it's referencing this book. It's just, oh god. It's all coming back to me, yo. Okay, anyways. Behind Winston's back, the voice from the telescreen was still babbling away about pig iron and the overfulfillment of the 9th 3-year plan. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made, above the level of a very low whisper, would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plate commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment, how often, or on what system. The thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time, but at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard and, except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. Oh man, this is kind of scary. Okay. Winston kept his back turned to the telescreen. It was safer, though, as he well knew even a back can be revealing. A kilometer away, the Ministry of Truth, his place of work, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. This, he thought with a sort of vague distaste, this was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, itself the third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. He tried to squeeze out some childhood memory that should tell him whether London had always been quite like this. Were there always these vistas of rotting 19th century houses, their sides shored up with balks of timber, their windows patched with cardboard, and their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions? And the bombed sites where the plaster dust swirled in the air and the willow herb straggled over the heaps of rubble, and the places where the bombs had cleared a larger patch and there had sprung up sordid colonies of wooden dwellings like chicken houses? But it was no use. He could not remember. Nothing remained of his childhood except a series of bright lit tableaux occurring against no background and mostly unintelligible. The Ministry of Truth, Minitru in Newspeak, was startlingly different from any other object in sight. It was an enormous pyramidal structure of glittering white concrete, soaring up terrace after terrace, 300 meters onto the air. From where Winston stood, it was just possible to read, picked out on its white face in elegant lettering, 3 slogans of the party. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions, you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries between which the entire apparatus of government was divided. I know, right? The references. Everything's coming together, yo. Oh, God. Okay. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education, and the fine arts. The Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintained law and order. And the Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for economic affairs. Their names in Newspeak: Minitru, Minipax, Mini Love, and Mini Plenty. Oh boy, okay. The Ministry of Love was the really frightening one. There were no windows in it at all. Winston had never been inside the Ministry of Love, nor within half a kilometer of it. It was a place impossible to enter except on official business, and then only by penetrating through a maze of barbed wire entanglements, steel doors, and hidden machine gun nests. Even the streets leading up to its outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with joined truncheons. All right, okay. Winston turned around abruptly. He had set his features into the expression of quiet optimism, which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. He crossed the room into the tiny kitchen. By leaving the ministry at this time of day, he had sacrificed his lunch in the canteen, and he was aware that there was no food in the kitchen except a hunk of dark-colored bread which had got to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. He took down from the shelf a bottle of colorless liquid with a plain white label marked Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly oil smell as if of Chinese rice spirit. Winston poured out nearly a teacupful, nerved himself for a shock, and gulped it down like a dose of medicine. Instantly, his face turned scarlet and the water ran out of his eyes. The stuff was like nitric acid, and moreover, in swallowing it one had the sensation of being hit on the back of the head with a rubber club. The next moment, however, the burning in his belly died down and the world began to look more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled packet marked Victory Cigarettes and incautiously held it up tight, whereupon the tobacco fell out onto the floor. With the next, he was more successful. He went back to the living room and sat down at a small table that stood on to the left of the telescreen. From the table drawer, he took out a pen holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick, quarto-sized blank book with a red back and a marbled cover. How many stories I know have been inspired by this book? I'm pretty sure it's been countless. I'm not even gonna lie. So many authors claim George Orwell in general as a inspiration. So, probably a lot, honestly. For some reason, the telescreen in the living room was in an unusual position. Instead of being placed, as was normal, in the end wall, where it could command the whole room, it was in the longer wall, opposite the window. To one side of it, there was a shallow alcove in which Winston was now sitting, and which, when the flats were built, had probably been intended to hold the bookshelves. By sitting in the alcove and keeping well back, Winston was able to remain outside the range of the telescreen. I really want to say television. It's killing me. Telescreen, so far as sight went. He could be heard, of course, but so long as he stayed in his present position, he could not be seen. It was partly the unusual geography of the room that had suggested to him the thing that he was now about to do. But it had also been suggested by the book that he had just taken out of the drawer. It was a peculiarly beautiful book. Its smooth, creamy paper, a little yellowed by age, was of a kind that had not been manufactured for at least 40 years past. He could guess, however, that the book was much older than that. He had seen it lying in the window of a frowsy little junk shop in a slummy quarter of the town, just what quarter he did not now remember, and had been stricken immediately by an overwhelming desire to possess it. Party members were supposed not to go into ordinary shops, quote, dealing on the free market, end quote, it was called. But the rule was not strictly kept because there were various things, such as shoelaces and razor blades, which it was impossible to get hold of in any other way. He had given a quick glance up and down the street, and then had slipped inside and bought the book for $2.50. At the time, he was not conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose. He had carried it guiltily home in his briefcase. Even with nothing written in it, it was a compromising possession. Imagine books being $2.50. Yo, I wish books were $2.50. I agree. Oh god, hold on. Ugh, it's so hot. Ugh. Okay. Geography of the room is a funny phrase. I agree. Ah, god. Anyway. The thing that he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death. Excuse me, what? or at least by 25 years in a forced labor camp. Oh lord, okay. Winston fitted a nib into the pen holder and sucked it to get the grease off. The pen was an archaic instrument, seldom used even for signatures, and he had procured one, furtively and with some difficulty, simply because of a feeling that the beautiful, creamy paper deserved to be written on with a real nib instead of being scratched with an ink pencil. Actually, he was not used to writing by hand. Apart from very short notes, it was usual to dictate everything into the speak-write, which was, of course, impossible for his present purpose. He dipped the pen into the ink and then faltered for just a second. A tremor had gone through his bowels. To mark the paper was the decisive act. In small, clumsy letters, he wrote, April 4th, 1984. He sat back. A sense of complete helplessness had descended upon him. To begin with, he did not know with any certainty that this was 1984. It must be round about that date, since he was fairly sure that his age was 39, and he believed that he had been born in 1944 or 1945, but it was never possible nowadays to pin down any date within a year or two. For whom, it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary? For the future? For the unborn? His mind hovered for a moment round the doubtful date on the page, and then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word, doublethink. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was of its nature impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him, or it would be different from it, and his predicament would be meaningless. For some time he sat gazing stupidly at the paper. The telescreen had changed over to strident military music. It was curious that he had seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself, but even to have forgotten what it was that he had originally intended to say. For weeks past he had been making ready for this moment, and it had never crossed his mind that anything would be needed except courage. The actual writing would be easy. All he had to do was to transfer the paper, the interminable, restless monologue that had been running inside his head literally for years. At this moment, however, even the monologue had dried up. Moreover, his varicose ulcer had begun itching unbearably. He dared not scratch it, because if he did, so it always became inflamed. The seconds were ticking by. He was conscious of nothing except the blankness of the page in front of him, the itching of the skin above his ankle, the blaring of the music, and a slight booziness caused by the gin. Suddenly, he began writing in sheer panic, only imperfectly aware of what he was settling down. His small but childish handwriting straggled up and down the page, shedding first its capital letters and finally even its full stops. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks, all war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by shots of a great, huge, fat man trying to swim away with a helicopter after him. First you saw him wallowing along in the water like a porpoise. Then you saw him through the helicopter's gun sights. Gun sights? Then he was full of holes, and the sea round him turned pink, and he sank as suddenly as though the holes had let in the water. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. Then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter hovering over it. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. Little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts as if he was trying to burrow right into her, and the woman putting her arms around him and comforting him although she was blue with fright herself, all the time covering him up as much as possible as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them, terrific flash, and the boat went all up to Matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, 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 Right up into the air, a helicopter with a camera in its nose must have followed it up, and there was a lot of applause from the party seats. But a woman down in the prole part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting, "They didn't oughter of showed it, not in front of the kids. They didn't, it ain't right, not in front of the kids. It ain't until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the paroles say. Typical prole reaction, they never." Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know what had made him pour out this stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he almost felt equal to writing it down. It was, he now realized, because of this other incident that had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. It had happened that morning at the ministry, if anything so nebulous could be said to happen. It was nearly 1100, and in the records department where Winston worked, they were dragging the chairs out of the cubicles and grouping them in the center of the hall opposite the big telescreen in preparation for the 2 minutes hate. Winston was just taking his place in one of the middle rows when two people whom he knew by sight but had never spoken to came unexpectedly into the room. One of them was a girl whom he often passed in the corridors. He did not know her name, but he knew that she worked in the fiction department. Presumably, since he had sometimes seen her with oily hands and carrying a spanner, she had some mechanical job on one of the novel writing machines. She was a bold-looking girl of about 27, with thick hair, a freckled face, and swift athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League, was wound several times round the waist of her overalls, just tightly enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips. Winston had disliked her from the very moment of seeing her. He knew the reason. Oh, hello, Trey. Welcome to the stream. I'm reading 1984. Not much weird shit, but kind of weird shit if you think about it, because it's 1984. But hello. Where was it? Okay. Winston had disliked her from the very moment of seeing her. He knew the reason. It was because of the atmosphere of hockey fields and cold baths and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which she managed to carry about with her. He disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies, and nosers out of unorthodoxy. But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most. Once, when they passed in the corridor, she gave him a quick sidelong glance which seemed to pierce right into him, and for a moment had filled him with black terror. The idea had even crossed his mind that she might be an agent of the thought police. That, it was true, was very unlikely. Still, he continued to feel a peculiar uneasiness, which had fear mixed up in it as well as hostility whenever she was anywhere near him. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the inner party and holder of some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. A momentary hush passed over the group of people round the chairs as they saw the black overalls of an inner party member approaching. O'Brien was a large burly man with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. In spite of his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose, which was curiously disarming, in some definable way, curiously civilized. It was a gesture which, if anyone had still thought in such terms, might have recalled an 18th century nobleman offering his snuff-box. Winston had seen O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him, and not solely because he was intrigued by the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prize fighter's physique. Much more, it was because of a secretly held belief. or perhaps not even a belief, merely a hope, that O'Brien's political orthodoxy was not perfect. Something in his face suggested it irresistibly. And again, perhaps it was not even unorthodoxy that was written in his face, but simply intelligence. But at any rate, he had the appearance of being a person that you could talk to if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him alone. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. Indeed, there was no way of doing so. At this moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw that it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes hate was over. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple of places away. A small, sandy-haired woman who worked in the next cubicle to Winston was between them. The girl with dark hair was sitting immediately behind. The next moment, a hideous, grinding speech, as of some monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the telescreen at the end of the room. It was a noise that set one's teeth on edge and bristled the hair at the back of one's neck. The hate had started. As usual, the face of Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, had flashed onto the screen. There were hisses here and there among the audience. The little sandy-haired woman gave a squeak of mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade and backslider who once, long ago, how long ago, nobody quite remembered, had been one of the leading figures of the party. Excuse me. Almost on a level with Big Brother himself, and then had engaged in counter-revolutionary activities, had been condemned to death, and had mysteriously escaped and disappeared. The programs of the 2 Minutes Hate varied from day to day, but there was none in which Goldstein was not the principal figure. He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations, sprang directly out of his teaching. Somewhere or other he was still alive and hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of his foreign paymasters. Perhaps even, so it was occasionally rumored, in some hiding place in Oceania itself. Winston's diaphragm was constricted. He could never see the face of Goldstein without a painful mixture of emotions. It was a lean Jewish face with a great fuzzy aureole of white hair and a small goatee beard. A clever face, and yet somehow inherently despicable, with a kind of senile silliness in the long thin nose, near the end of which a pair of spectacles was perched. It resembled the face of a sheep, and the voice too had a sheep-like quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack upon the doctrines of the party, an attack so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have been able to see through it, and yet just plausible enough to fill one with an alarmed feeling that other people, less level-headed than oneself, might be taken in by it. He was abusing Big Brother. He was denouncing the dictatorship of the party. He was demanding the immediate conclusion of peace with Eurasia. He was advocating freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of thought. He was crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed. And all this in rapid polysyllabic speech, which was sort of a parody of the habitual style of the orators of the party, and even contained newspeak words, more newspeak words, indeed, than any party member would normally use in real life. And all the while, lest one should be in any doubt as to the reality which Goldstein's specious claptrap covered, behind his head on the telescreen, there marched the endless columns of the Eurasian army, row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces who swam up to the surface of the screen and vanished, to be replaced by others exactly similar. The dull rhythmic tramp of the soldiers' boots formed the background to Goldstein's bleeding voice. Keep in mind, by the way, this book was written a long time ago. Goddamn, okay. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, Uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied sheep-like face on the screen and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to be borne. Besides, the sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred more constant than either Eurasia or Eastasia, since when Oceania was at war with one of these powers, it was generally at peace with the other. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day, on platforms, on the telescreen, in newspapers, in books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish that they were in spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less. Always there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs acting under his directions were not unmasked by the thought police. He was the commander of a vast shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to the overthrow of the state. The Brotherhood, its name was supposed to be. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies, of which Goldstein was the author and which circulated clandestinely here and there. It was a book without a title. People referred to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumors. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. In the second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown the maddening, bleating voice that came from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, and her mouth was opening and shutting like that of a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair, his powerful chest swelling and quivering as though he were standing up to the assault of a wave. The dark-haired girl behind Winston had begun crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly, she picked up a heavy Newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found that he was shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against the rung of his chair. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but on the contrary, that it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds, any pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one even against one's will into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. And yet, the rage that one felt was an abstract, undirected emotion which could be switched from one object to another like the flame of a blow lamp. Thus, at one moment, Winston's hatred was not turned against Goldstein at all, but on the contrary, against Big Brother, the party, and the thought police. And at such moments, his heart went out to the lonely, derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in a world of lies. And yet, the very next instant, he was at one with the people about him, and all that was said of Goldstein seemed to him to be true. At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother seemed to tower up, an invincible, fearless protector, standing like a rock against the hordes of Asia, and Goldstein, in spite of his isolation, his helplessness, and the doubt that hung about his very existence, seemed like some sinister enchanter, capable by the mere power of his voice of wrecking the structure of civilization. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatred this way or that by a voluntary act. Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare, Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. Oh my god, I should make this 18 plus. I'm just gonna make this, I'm gonna point out this is an 18 plus stream. It is now. If it wasn't before, it is now. This is your warning right now. Him. He would tie her naked to a... oh, I should probably make it a trigger warning. Trigger warning to, I guess, what's the word? Descriptions of terrifying things. Maybe, violent. That's the word. Trigger warning of violence. This is your trigger warning. Probably should have said it earlier, but I didn't know that. But it's trigger warning now. I'm giving you a second to click away from the stream if that's something that you are not able to handle. Oh god. This went from 0 to 100 real quick. Okay, he would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian. He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of climax. Better than before, moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless, because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so, because round her sweet, supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arm, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity. Oh god. The hate rose to its climax. The voice of Goldstein had become an actual sheep's bleat, and for an instant the face changed into that of a sheep. Then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier who seemed to be advancing, huge and terrible, his submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen, so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats. But in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everybody, the hostile figure melted into the face of Big Brother, black-haired, black-mustachioed, full of power and mysterious calm, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother was saying. It was merely a few words of encouragement, the sort of words that are uttered in the din of battle, not distinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken. Then the face of Big Brother faded away again, and instead the three slogans of the party stood out in bold capitals. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. But the face of Big Brother seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as though the impact that it had made on everyone's eyeballs was too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her. With a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My savior!" she extended her arms towards the screen. Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. 2 minutes? This does not feel like 2 minutes. At this moment, the entire group of people broke into a deep, slow, rhythmical chant of Bibi, Bibi, over and over again. Very slowly, with a long pause between the first B and the second, a heavy, murmurous sound, somehow curiously savage, in the background of which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms. For perhaps as much as 30 seconds they kept it up. It was a refrain that was often heard in moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly it was a sort of hymn to the wisdom and majesty of Big Brother. But still more it was an act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by means of rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold. In the 2 minutes of hate, he could not help sharing in the general delirium, but this subhuman chanting of B, 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 always filled him with horror. Of course he chanted with the rest. It was impossible to do otherwise. To dissemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing, was an instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple of seconds during which the expression of his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him, and it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened. if indeed it did happen. Momentarily, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up. He had taken off his spectacles and was in the act of resettling them on his nose with his characteristic gesture. But there was a fraction of a second when their eyes met, and for as long as it took to happen, Winston knew. Yes, he knew that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. An unmistakable message had passed. It was as though their two minds had opened and the thoughts were flowing from one into the other through their eyes. I am with you, O'Brien seemed to be saying to him. I know precisely what you are feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust. But don't worry, I am on your side. And then the flash of intelligence was gone, and O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everybody else's. That was all, and he was already uncertain whether it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All that they did was to keep alive in him the belief, or hope, that others besides himself were the enemies of the party. Perhaps the rumors of vast underground conspiracies were true after all. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. It was impossible, in spite of all the endless arrests and confessions and executions, to be sure that the Brotherhood was not simply a myth. Some days he believed in it, some days not. There was no evidence, only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything or nothing, snatches of overheard conversation, faint scribbles on lavatory walls. Once, even, when two strangers met, a small movement of the hand which had looked as though it might be a signal of recognition. It was all guesswork. Very likely he had imagined everything. He had gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. It would have been inconceivably dangerous, even if he had known how to set about doing it. For a second, 2 seconds, they had exchanged an equivocal glance, and that was the end of the story. But even that was a memorable event, in the locked loneliness in which one had to live. Winston roused himself and sat up straighter. He let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. He discovered that while he sat helplessly musing, he had also been writing, as though by automatic action, and it was no longer the same cramped, awkward handwriting as before. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals. Down with Big Brother. 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 Over and over again, filling half a page. He could not help feeling a twinge of panic. It was absurd, since the writing of these particular words was not more dangerous than the initial act of opening the diary. But for a moment, he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the enterprise altogether. He did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote down with Big Brother, or whether he refrained from writing, it made no difference. Whether he went on with the diary, or whether he did not go on with it, made no difference. The thought police would get to him just the same. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he had never set pen to paper, the essential crime that contained all others in itself. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years, but sooner or later they were bound to get you. Oh, hello. Hi, Rigo. No worries, it's okay. Welcome to this stream. I am reading 1984 by George Orwell. And don't worry about it. It's all good. You're all good, man. Feel free to get comfy, I think. But also, there was also a trigger warning earlier for violence. So if you're uncomfortable with that, this might not be the one for you. But it's all good. It's all good. I'll try to have a trigger warning before the situation happens. Yeah, that's it. It was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk out of sleep, the rough hand shaking your shoulder, the lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces round the bed. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no report of the arrest. People simply disappeared, always during the night. Your name was removed from the registers. Every record of everything you had ever done was wiped out. Your one-time existence was denied and then forgotten. You were abolished, annihilated. Vaporized was the usual word. For a moment, he was seized by a kind of hysteria. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. They'll shoot me. I don't care. They'll shoot me in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. They always shoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. He sat back in his chair, silently ashamed of himself, and laid down the pen. The next moment, he startled violently. There was a knocking at the door. Already! He sat as still as a mouse, in the futile hope that whoever it was might go away after a single attempt. But no, the knocking was repeated. The worst thing of all would be to delay. His heart was thumping like a drum, but his face, from long habit, was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily towards the door. Oh my god, chapter 2. Okay, let's take a breather. Oh man. What did we think of chapter 1? Because goddamn. Okay. Oh man, okay. That was intense. We got a lot of info from that first chapter straight up. I'm not even joking. We met Winston. Seems like he's planning this kind of not revenge, but like he's definitely revolting in his own way. Buying this diary and writing Down with Big Brother. We got a sense of the world building. So it seems like there's this Big Brother presence. We also learned about the different ministries. Where was it? Ministry of Peace. Oh, the Ministry of Truth. Here. Ministry of Peace. Ministry of Love. And then Ministry of Plenty, where you get mini true, mini packs, mini love, and mini plenty. I missed the whole thing, so I don't have an answer. It's all good, no worries. Oh, I should probably do like a quick recap. Okay, so basically, what we got so far. So we met Winston. I don't know if we ever got a description. Well, no, yeah, we did. Okay, so he's 45 years old. Heavy black mustache, ruggedly handsome. So he's pretty handsome for a guy, 45. He works at one of these buildings. One of these ministry things. And it's a place where everywhere is covered with like posters of Big Brother is watching you. Oh, Gore. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We are currently recapping chapter 1 of 1984. We just read chapter 1. Hello. It does contain some pretty heavy topics, so fair warning if you are not comfortable with it goes pretty heavy. It's some pretty 18 plus topics. There are some mentions of violence. I don't know what else yet, but I think it went pretty intense, so that's a trigger warning for whoever's not comfortable with that. But yes, it is a reading stream because this is my semi-selfish way of forcing myself to read 1984 is by streaming myself doing it. Reading a PDF. Remember, kids, don't buy books. Piracy is the answer. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm so sorry. For old books, I would say, yeah, sure, why not? You can find 1984 on the internet. It's fine. It's like a long time ago, 1940 something. 1949. So pretty sure, yeah, like Linux said earlier, Creative Commons, it's been released. So that's why there's a PDF. OBS kept on disconnecting. Might be my internet. Oh no. Are you with Rogers or Bell? I'm with Bell and I'm okay. It only rarely goes down, actually, I have to say. But yeah, and we also learned there's like Hate Week. Oh, we also went through this interesting thing called the 2-minute hate. 1984 was written in 1949? I guess so. I think so. Let's see if we can find some info from the Wikipedia page, actually. Oh god. Too big. Yeah. It was published in 1949, June 8th. Thematically, it centers on the consequences of totalitarianism, mass surveillance, and repressive regimentation of people and behaviors within society. The novel examines the role of truth and facts within societies and the ways in which they can be manipulated. The story takes place in an imagined future in the year 1984 when much of the world is in perpetual war. Great Britain, now known as Airstrip 1, has become a province of the totalitarian superstate Oceania, which is led by Big Brother, a dictatorial... I cannot read this word. Dictatorial leader supported, oh my god, by an intense cult of personality manufactured by the party's thought police. Through the Ministry of Truth, the party engages in omnipresent government surveillance, historical negationism, and constant propaganda to persecute individuality and independent thinking. There we go. Very influential book. People read this in English class. After 80 years, things still the same or worse. Yeah. Yep. It's kind of... I think there was a point where it's like if this was real, it's kind of terrifying. But yeah, so we went through this 2 minute of hate, where it's just this 2 minutes of like, I guess you just describe it as hate, really. Of like this guy on the screen, this person, this human, this that they consider a revolutionary, someone to not be. Whoever you are, don't be this person. Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people. This guy. Almost like what is it? The word groupthink? Is that where the word groupthink comes from? Because that's basically what's happening here, is like a group action. They were saying that, like, even if you did not have feeling to, like, if you didn't feel like you wanted to do any hating, just being in that area, in that space, somehow caused you to feel hatred and want to express it like everyone else. So a lot of this, like, influence happening. Commander of this thing called the Brotherhood. Yeah, live collective freakout, basically. like a societally accepted freak out. Like these 2 minutes are like, if you want to freak out and get mad and yell and scream and whatever, those 2 minutes, it is societally accepted for you to do that during that time, and then you're given a target to target your hate towards. It's almost like religious. I think that was a word that was used in this. It was almost religious, like that everyone's kind of yelling similar things, and it's also culty, definitely culty, especially with the whole bee thing. They're just repeating the word bee over and over and over again. It's kind of terrifying. Not even kind of, it is very terrifying. Oh, and then there's like the whole thought police, so like you can't think anything because they'll catch you. And we just got like a very interesting description of like, you don't even have to write anything down. The thought police will, and you'll just disappear. If you think the wrong thing, you will just be gone, disappear. God forbid you think the thing that's not in alliance with what society tells you to think, which is nerve-wracking. Yeah, you were abolished, annihilated. You're just gone. No longer existing. And it looks like Winston is trying, he's thinking not the right thoughts according to in this society. In this future world, he is thinking not the good thoughts, and he is writing them down in his diary. They hate reality shows that much. Yo, sometimes you just gotta say down with Big Brother, man. Sometimes you just gotta be down with Big Brother. But yeah, that's chapter 1. What do we think? What were we expecting? Versus what did we get? I, for one, was not expecting to get this much exposition in the first chapter. Sounds cool. Like, it's definitely... I can't believe this was written in 1940-something. A lot of these concepts are... Oh, God. Like... I want to say unbelievable. So ahead of his time. Its time is such a good word to use. Like, it doesn't feel like he's writing... Like, what kind of education could you possibly get in 1949? Was it 9? Yeah, 1949. What kind of education could you possibly get to lead you to this direction? Like, I was expecting something like war and stuff, but this is more like a reflection about social stuff. I mean, we aren't getting, like, the setting of a war. So, like, this is taking place during a war. Yeah, much of the world is in perpetual war. I wanna throw back to like when he first started, because it almost felt like it was George writing it himself. Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, before it was when he first got the diary. Okay, so let's see. This one was a terrifying line to read. You had to live in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. That's terrifying. Right? Hard to imagine the foresight required. I agree. Okay, let's see. They're giving it exposition. Exposition. He drinks gin. Got Victory cigarettes. There really was a moment where while I was reading it, in the back of my head, I was like, this feels like George Orwell putting himself in there. Here. Okay, so it says like he stepped back, helplessness, and then here, like, this was terrifying to read, knowing that this was written in 1949. For whom it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary for the future, for the unborn? His mind hovered for a moment round the doubtful date of the page, 19 over here where it says April 4th, 1984. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was of its nature impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him, or it would be different from it, and his predicament would be meaningless. Like, you tell me, does that not feel like George Orwell's literally writing it as himself, as the writer? Like, it's literally as if like it's his diary. How, I just, it kind of sent shivers up my spine, this part. Like, he wrote this in 1949. This is the realistic date. 1949. And he's already being like, okay, if the future reads this, then we're not going to listen to him, or it would be different, and his predicament is meaningless. Because right now, we are literally the future. It kind of resembles the present, and we also did not listen to him. Like, my guy. Oh, God. I honestly did not think we were going to dive that deep into it this quickly. I really did not. I thought we were going to get like a lot of like exposition for like the first couple chapters. So then just like, building. And I mean, we did get that. We got a lot of that. But I feel then, based on this chapter, that the next chapters, this whole book is going to be, it's making very good use of the words. It's not going to waste any of them. Everything that he pens down is purposeful. There's no words that are wasted. And that we're going to get, we're definitely on a fucking journey. Oh my God. Yeah, shit got heavy in a couple pages. I kind of want to buy the book now. I'm no one to say no to people buying books. I highly recommend buying books. I also highly recommend using libraries. If you have a library card, there are apps where you can get books for free. And it's this is a very useful resource that you should know about and also utilize. Libraries, definitely if you can't get it from the library, buying from the book from the bookstore is good too. But yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then oh yeah, and then there was like the whole part of like, yeah, so like earlier when we were reading about like this guy who was like, he was basically Winston being like, I wanna fuck this girl, but I can't because she's part of the junior anti-sex league. It also sounds like he's jealous a little bit. In the online library of my uni. Ooh, yeah. Probably. And like there was this interesting moment we got between O'Brien and Winston. where their eyes locked and they were like, they had the same thought. That was, I think that was a very special moment between those two. Where was it? It was after this. Oh, here. Where they're thinking, I am with you. I know precisely what you're feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust. But don't worry, I am on your side. That's an important moment as well. Anyway, okay. We continue. I think we could probably do maybe 2 more chapters. And also, by the way, in advance, I do apologize for the stumbling of my words. But yeah, definitely check it out. Finish the book in one sitting. Hey, yo, how many subs you gonna gift, huh? how many subs you gonna gift, huh? Huh? You gonna What page are we on? I'm currently on page 12 according to this PDF. There are 182 pages according to this PDF. That might take some time. Yeah, it's gonna take some time. Oh, what the hell? What happened at 182? Okay, there's 181. Wait, does this not include the Newspeak Words dictionary? Usually... Oh god. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, alright. Usually they include a Newspeak dictionary at the back, so that, you know, you can search up mini love and mini true and understand what they stand for. Because we also learned a word called insoc, but we still don't know what that means. But yeah, this will definitely take some time. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Free or nothing. I'm watching ads for something. Wow. I just want you to know, I'm not the one putting the ads there, okay? I mean, I could, but then you're gonna end up getting like 7 ads. And I have purposefully tried to turn that off. If that happens, that is not my doing. But yeah, we are on page 12. Chapter 2. Maybe one more chapter, we'll see. I do need to wake up a bit early tomorrow because I'm gonna head to a Christmas market with a friend of mine later tomorrow. But yeah, no, I still got 2 hours until midnight. My 2 cents of revenue will pay your Bugatti. Wait, what makes you think I want a Bugatti? I want an Aventador, excuse you. I've only wanted 2 cars in my entire life. The first car is a Volkswagen Beetle. The other car is an Aventador, and that's it. I've never wanted any other car. I think cars are cool and stuff, but like in terms of cars that I want to drive, I want a matte black Aventador. Yeah, it's either gonna be Lambo or Beetle, no in between. I'll settle for a Mini. I will also settle for a Mini, but otherwise, is Beetle or Lambo or nothing. Okay. Are you guys ready? I'm barely ready. After that first chapter, I don't know what to expect anymore. So we're just gonna go with it. Go at it. Okay. Chapter 2. As he put his hand to the doorknob, Winston... Ooh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm so sorry. It's the water. I also am so sorry. I tried to lean back, but I wasn't fast enough. Okay, let's try this again. We'll pretend that did not happen. We'll pretend that didn't happen, okay? I'm sorry. Okay. Redo. Chapter 2. As he put his hand to the doorknob, Winston saw that he had left the diary open on the table. Down with Big Brother was written all over it, in letters almost big enough to be legible across the room. It was an inconceivably stupid thing to have done. But, he realized, even in his panic, he had not wanted to smudge the creamy paper by shutting the book while the ink was wet. He drew in his breath and opened the door. Instantly, a warm wave of relief flowed through him. A colorless, crushed-looking woman with wispy hair and an aligned face was standing outside. "Oh, comrade," she began in a dreary, whining sort of voice. "I thought I heard you come in. Do you think you could come across and have a look at our kitchen sink? It got blocked up and..." It was Mrs. Parsons, the wife of a neighbor on the same floor. A Mrs. was a word somewhat discountenanced by the party. You were supposed to call everyone comrade, but with some women, one used it instinctively. She was a woman of about 30, but looking much older. One had the impression that there was dust in the creases of her face. Winston followed her down the passage. These amateur repair jobs were an almost daily irritation. Victory mansions were old flats built in 1930 or thereabouts and were falling to pieces. The plaster flaked constantly from ceilings and walls, the pipes burst in every hard frost, the roof leaked wherever there was snow, the heating system from usually running at half steam when it was not closed down altogether from motives of economy. Repairs, except what you could do for yourself, had to be sanctioned by remote committees which were liable to hold up even the mending of a window pane for 2 years. "Of course, it's only because Tom isn't home," said Mrs. Parsons vaguely. The Parsons flat was bigger than Winston's, and dingy in a different way. Everything had a battered, trampled-on look, as though the place had just been visited by some large violent animal. Games impedimenta, hockey sticks, boxing gloves, a burst football, a pair of sweaty shorts turned inside out, lay all over the floor. And on the table, there was a litter of dirty dishes and dog-eared exercise books. On the walls were scarlet banners of the Youth League and the Spies, and a full-sized poster of Big Brother. There was the usual boiled cabbage smell, common to the whole building, but it was shot through by a sharper reek of sweat, which, one knew this at the first sniff, though it was hard to say how was the sweat of some person not present at the moment. In another room, someone with a comb and a piece of toilet paper was trying to keep tune with the military music which was still issuing from the telescreen. "It's the children," said Mrs. Parsons, casting a half-apprehensive glance at the door. "They haven't been out today, and of course..." She had a habit of breaking off her sentences in the middle. The kitchen sink was full nearly to the brim with filthy greenish water which smelt worse than ever of cabbage. Winston knelt down and examined the angle joint of the pipe. He hated using his hands, and he hated bending down, which was always liable to start him coughing. Mrs. Parsons looked on helplessly. "Of course, if Tom was home, he'd put it right in a moment," she said. "He loves anything like that. He's ever so good with his hands, Tom's is." Parsons was Winston's fellow employee at the Ministry of Truth. He was a fattish but an active man of paralyzing stupidity, a mass of imbecile enthusiasms, one of those completely unquestioning, devoted drudges on whom, more even than on the thought police, the stability of the party depended. At 35, he had just been unwillingly evicted from the Youth League and before graduating into the Youth League, he had managed to stay on in the Spies for a year, but beyond the statutory age. At the ministry, he was employed in some subordinate post for which intelligence was not required, but on the other hand, he was a leading figure on the sports committee and all the other committees engaged in organizing community hikes, spontaneous demonstrations, savings campaigns, and voluntary activities generally. He would inform you with quiet pride, between whiffs of his pipe, that he had put in an appearance at the community center every evening for the past 4 years. An overpowering smell of sweat, a sort of unconscious testimony to the strenuousness of his life, followed him about wherever he went, and even remained behind him after he had gone. "Have you got a spanner?" said Winston, fiddling with the nut on the angle joint. "A spanner," said Mrs. Parsons, immediately becoming invertebrate. "I don't know. I'm sure. Perhaps the children..." There was a trampling of boots and another blast on the comb as the children charged into the living room. Mrs. Parsons brought the spanner. Winston let out the water and disgustedly removed the clot of human hair that had blocked up the pipe. He cleaned his fingers as best as he could in the cold water from the tap and went back into the other room. "Up with your hands!" yelled a savage voice. A handsome, tough-looking boy of 9 had popped up from behind the table and was menacing him with a toy automatic pistol, with his small sister, about 2 years younger, made the same gesture with a fragment of wood. Both of them were dressed in the blue shorts, gray shirts, and red neckerchiefs, which were the uniform of the Spies. Is it handkerchiefs? Anyway, Winston raised his hands above his head, but with an uneasy feeling, so vicious was the boy's demeanor, that it was not altogether a game. "You're a traitor!" yelled the boy. "You're a thought criminal! You're a Eurasian spy! I'll shoot you! I'll vaporize you! I'll send you to the salt mines!" Suddenly, they were both leaping round him, shouting, "Traitor!" and "Thought criminal!" the little girl imitating her brother in every movement. It was somehow slightly frightening, like a gambolling of tiger cubs which will soon grow up into man-eaters. There was a sort of calculating ferocity in the boy's eye, a quite evident desire to hit or kick Winston, and a consciousness of being very nearly big enough to do so. It was a good job it was not a real pistol he was holding, Winston thought. Okay, at this point I'm just covering the mic now, so in case I burp. I don't know if that helped or made it worse, though. Mrs. Parsons' eyes flitted nervously from Winston to the children and back again. In the better light of the living room, he noticed with interest that there was actually dust in the creases of her face. "They do get so noisy," she said. "They're disappointed because they couldn't go to see the hanging. That's what it is. I'm too busy to take them, and Tom won't be back from work in time." "Why can't we go and see the hanging?" roared the boy in his huge voice. "Want to see the hanging! Want to see the hanging!" chanted the little girl, still capering round. Some Eurasian prisoners guilty of war crimes were to be hanged in the park that evening. Winston remembered. This happened about once a month, and was a popular spectacle. Children always clamored to be taken to see it. He took his leave of Mrs. Parsons and made for the door, but he had not gone 6 steps down the passage when something hit the back of his neck, an agonizingly painful blow. It was as though a red-hot wire had been jabbed into him. He spun round just in time to see Mrs. Parsons dragging her son back into the doorway, while the boy pocketed a catapult. "Goldstein!" bellowed the boy as the door closed on him. But what most struck Winston was the look of helpless fright on the woman's grayish face. Back in the flat, he stepped quickly past the telescreen and sat down at the table again, still rubbing his neck. The music from the telescreen had stopped. Instead, a clipped military voice was reading out, with a sort of brutal relish, a description of the armaments of the new floating fortress which had just been anchored between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. It's just sad that they say all that. I know, right? As kids, you're like, "Let's go see a hanging." What the hell? This is insane. Imagine being a kid and saying that and being like, "Oh, I was too busy to take the kids to go see the hanging." God, what? That's so traumatizing. What the hell? Definitely a scary world. With those children, he thought, that wretched woman must lead a life of terror. Another year, 2 years, and they would be watching her night and day for symptoms of unorthodoxy. Nearly all children nowadays were horrible. What was worst of all was that by means of such organizations as the spies that were systematically turned into ungovernable little savages, and yet this produced in them no tendency whatever to rebel against the discipline of the party. On the contrary, they adored the party and everything connected with it. The songs, the processions, the banners, the hiking, the drilling with dummy rifles, the yelling of slogans, the worship of Big Brother, it was all a sort of glorious game to them. All their ferocity was turned outwards against the enemies of the state, against foreigners, traitors, saboteurs, thought criminals. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children. And with good reason, for hardly a week passed in which the Times did not carry a paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, quote-unquote child hero was the phrase generally used, had overheard some compromising remark and denounced its parents to the thought police. The sting of the catapult bullet had worn off. He picked up his pen half-heartedly, wondering whether he could find something more to write in the diary. Suddenly, he began thinking of O'Brien again. Right? Damn, dude. Imagine being over 30 and then you can't say anything or think anything because your kid's eagerly waiting to turn you in. What the hell, man? Years ago, how long was it? 7 years it must be. He had dreamed that he was walking through a pitch-dark room, and someone sitting to one side of him had said as he passed, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." It was said very quietly, almost casually, a statement, not a command. He had walked on without pausing. What was curious was that at the time, in the dream, the words had not made much impression on him. It was only later and by degrees that they had seemed to take on significance. He could not now remember whether it was before or after having the dream that he had seen O'Brien for the first time, nor could he remember when he had first identified the voice as O'Brien's. But at any rate, the identification existed. It was O'Brien who had spoken to him out of the dark. Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after this morning's flash of the eyes, it was still impossible to be sure whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy. Nor did it even seem to matter greatly. There was a link of understanding between them, more important than affection or partisanship. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," he said. Winston did not know what that meant, only that in some way or another it would come true. The voice from the telescreen paused. A trumpet call, clear and beautiful, floated to the stagnant air. The voice continued raspingly. "Attention! Your attention, please. A newsflash has this moment arrived from the Malabar front. Our forces in South India have won a glorious victory. I am authorized to say that the action we are now reporting may well bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here is the newsflash." Bad news coming, thought Winston. And sure enough, following on a gory description of the annihilation of a Eurasian army, with stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcement that, as from next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20. No, not the chocolate! Well, Winston belched again. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of the lost chocolate, crashed into Oceania, 'tis for thee. You were supposed to stand to attention. However, in his present position, he was invisible. Oceania, 'tis for thee, gave way to lighter music. Winston walked over to the window, keeping his back to the telescreen. The day was still cold and clear. About 20 or 30 of them a week were falling on London at present. Down in the street, The wind flapped a torn poster to and fro, and the word Ingsoc fitfully appeared and vanished. Ingsoc. The sacred principles of Ingsoc. Newspeak, doublethink, the mutability of the past. He felt as though he were wandering in the forests of the sea bottom, lost in a monstrous world where he himself was a monster. He was alone. The past was dead. The future was unimaginable. What certainty had he had that a single human creature now living was on his side? And what way of knowing that the domination of the party would not endure forever? Like an answer, the 3 slogans on the white face of the Ministry of Truth came back to him. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. He took a 25-cent piece out of his pocket. There, too, in tiny clear lettering, the same slogans were inscribed, and on the other face of the coin, the head of Big Brother. Even from the coin, the eyes pursued you. On coins, on stamps, on the covers of books, on banners, on posters, and on the wrappings of a cigarette packet. Everywhere. Always the eyes watching you and the voice enveloping you. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out of doors, in bath or in bed. No escape. Nothing was your own except the few cubic centimeters inside your skull. Sorry, I did not mean to say skull in such an intense way. It just kind of happened. The sun had shifted round, and the myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, with the light no longer shining on them, looked grim as the loopholes of a fortress. His heart quailed before the enormous pyramidal shape. Pyramidal shape. I'm going to go with that. It was too strong. It could not be stormed. 1,000 rocket bombs would not batter it down. He wondered again for whom he was writing the diary. For the future, for the past, for an age that might be imaginary. And in front of him there lay not death, but annihilation. The diary would be reduced to ashes and himself to vapor. Only the thought police would read what he had written before they wiped it out of existence and out of memory. How could you make appeal to the future when not a trace of you, not even an anonymous word scribbled on a piece of paper, could physically survive? The telescreen struck 14. He must leave in 10 minutes. He had to be back at work by 14:30. Curiously, the chiming of the hours seemed to have put new heart into him. He was a lonely ghost uttering a truth that nobody would ever hear. But so long as he uttered it, in some obscure way, the continuity was not broken. It was not by making yourself heard, but by staying sane that you carried on the human heritage. He went back to the table, dipped his pen, and wrote, "To the future or to the past, to a time when thought is free, when men are different from one another and do not live alone, to a time when truth exists and what is done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big Brother, from the age of doublethink. Greetings." He was already dead, he reflected. It seemed to him that it was only now, when he had begun to be able to formulate his thoughts, that he had taken the decisive step. The consequences of every act are included in the act itself, he wrote. Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death. Now he had recognized himself as a dead man. It became important to stay alive as long as possible. 2 fingers of his right hand were ink-stained. It was exactly the kind of detail that might betray you. Some nosing zealot in the ministry, a woman probably, someone like the little sandy-haired woman or the dark-haired girl from the fiction department, might start wondering why he had been writing during the lunch interval, why he had used an old-fashioned pen, what he had been writing, and then drop a hint in the appropriate quarter. He went to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the ink away with the gritty dark brown soap which rasped your skin like sandpaper and was therefore well adapted for this purpose. He put the diary away in his drawer. It was quite useless to think of hiding it, but he could at least make sure whether or not its existence had been discovered. A hair laid across the page ends was too obvious. With the tip of his finger, he picked up an identifiable grain of whitish dust and deposited it on the corner of the cover, where it was bound to be shaken off if the book was moved. Ooh, smart guy. Ooh, okay, that's chapter 2. That was not as long as I thought. The first chapter was 12 pages. This is page 17 now. 13, 14, 15, 16. That's only 5 pages. Okay. All right, so it seems like he's about to... Is he about to meet O'Brien? Maybe? During... Wait, so it's like... Is he not writing this at work? I can't tell, like, is he writing this at work or is he writing it at home? Because how close is he at work that he's, like, at this 2 minutes hate session, but he's also able to write in his diary? Are you telling me my man's keeping a diary at work? Bro, that's like the worst place to keep it, in my opinion. If you want something not discovered, the office is not the way to do it, because that's company property. I don't know. At this point, every time he writes in the diary, it feels like it's George Orwell speaking to us, and it's kind of terrifying. Also, this line, man. Thought crime is death. It really is. Like, you think the wrong thing and then you're dead. God damn. Also, it seems like there really is this emphasis on being scrutinized. Like, this is the second time now that we've been given a description of how intensely watched you are and how every movement is... You gotta overthink it and make sure you don't do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing or write the wrong thing or think the wrong thing. It's almost like self-awareness on steroids. Also, doublethink. I'm very curious if they're going to explain what doublethink is. I wonder if there's gonna... Okay, where's the dictionary for the syntax? Because usually books have this, and I don't know why that one doesn't have it. Holy that crap, that's so long. Oi. Okay, hold on. Let me make this smaller so you guys can see. Newspeak would have finally superseded Old Speak. Invention of new words, chiefly eliminating undesirable words, and by stripping such words as remained of unorthodox meanings. To give a single example, the word free still existed in Newspeak, but it could only be used in such statements as, "This dog is free from lice," or "This field is free from weeds." It could not be used in its old sense of politically free or intellectually free, since political and intellectual freedom no longer existed even as concepts and were therefore of necessity nameless. Quite apart from the suppression of definitely heretical words, reduction of vocabulary was regarded as an end in itself, and no word that could be dispensed with was allowed to survive. Newspeak was designed not to extend but to diminish the range of thought, and this purpose was indirectly assisted by cutting the choice of words down to a minimum. Oh my god. The man created his own vocabulary. He created his own language with English. Newspeak was founded on the English language as we now know it, though many Newspeak sentences, even when not containing newly created words, would be barely intelligible to an English speaker of our own day. It's divided into 3 distinct classes known as A vocabulary, B vocabulary, also called compound words, and the C vocabulary. Oh lord. Okay, A vocabulary are words like hit, run, dog, tree, sugar house, field, things that exist. That have rigidly defined definitions. Cannot use it for literary purposes or political or philosophical discussion. Just, I guess, really super simple. Okay, what's... Oh. Oh lord, okay, this is where we're getting, like, the think at the end and the full and the... Oh god. This is intense. Almost complete interchangeability between different parts of speech. Any word in the language could be used either as verb, noun, adjective, or adverb. The word thought, for example, did not exist in Newspeak. Its place was taken by think, which did duty for both noun and verb. No such word as cut being sufficiently covered by the noun verb knife. Adjectives were formed by adding the suffix full to the noun verb, and adverbs by adding wise. Thus, for example, speedful meant rapid, speedwise meant quickly. None of the now existing adverbs were retained, except for very few already ending in wise. The word well, for example, was replaced by goodwise. Did this man have his own dictionary when writing this book? Is that's what I want to know. Is it like you have 1984 the book and then 1984 the dictionary? Because that's what this is coming off as. And any addition could be negated by adding the affix un, or could be strengthened by the affix plus. Thus, for example, uncold meant warm, while plus cold and double plus cold meant respectively very cold and superlatively cold. Can also use anti-post up down. Dark, for example, could be replaced by unlight or light by undark according to preference. Yeah, he's a wordsmith. All verbs, steal was stealed. The preterite of think was thinked. Oh man. There's S at ES, ox life, where man's, ox's, life's. Comparison of adjectives by ERES, good, gooder, goodest. It's a good thing they teach in 1984 in like high school, because imagine being in middle school and you use the word gooder and your teacher's like, that's not a word, and then the student's like, yeah, but 1984 says it's a word. I'm just and then the teacher would be like, I mean. This is a lot. Oh god. And then okay, so there's B vocabulary, consists of words which had been deliberately constructed for political purposes. To take a single example, the word good think, meaning very roughly orthodoxy, or if one chose to regard it as a verb, to think in an orthodox manner, this inflected as follows. Noun verb is good think. Past tense and past participle, good thinked. Present participle, good thinking. Adjective, good thinkful. Adverb, good think wise. A verbal noun, good thinker. Adjective forms of mini true or respectively mini truthful, mini peaceful, mini lovely, simply because truthful, pactful, and loveful were slightly awkward to pronounce. Okay, I didn't realize that they also considered that, oh, it's awkward. Okay, let's not say it like that. All right. Oh, some B words had highly subtilized meanings, barely intelligible to anyone who had not mastered the language as a whole. Consider, for example, such a typical sentence from a Times leading article as old thinkers unbelly feel ingsoc. Shortest rendering that one can make is those whose ideas were formed before the revolution cannot have a full emotional understanding to the principles of English socialism. But this is not an adequate translation. To begin with, in order to have the grasp of the full meaning of the Newspeak sentence, one would have to have a clear idea of what is meant by ingsoc, and in addition, only a person thoroughly grounded in ingsoc could appreciate the full force of the word belly feel, which implied a blind, enthusiastic acceptance difficult to imagine today, or of the word old think, which was inextricably mixed up with the idea of wickedness and decadence. I'm confused. Okay, so you can't use the word honor, justice, morality, internationalism, democracy, science, and religion. All words grouping themselves around that is considered as crime think. Words about objectivity and rationalism is old think. Oh my god. And there's also sexual life, for example, was entirely regulated by the two Newspeak words sex crime, which is sexual immorality, and good sex, chastity. Sex crime covered all sexual misdeeds whatever. Literally all of them. It's literally anything that's sex related is bad, I guess, according to them. It would be a crime. And then if you want to talk about good sex, what would them? That is to say, normal intercourse between man and wife for the sole purpose of begetting children without physical pleasure on the part of the... Y'all, this is reminding me of like fucking... What's it called? That book that got turned into a Netflix movie by Margaret Atwood. What was it? Oh god. She had this really famous movie, The Handmaid's Tale. If you're interested in this, like, at least the sexual part anyway, Handmaid's Tale is probably heavily influenced by 1984. Because in that show, it's also the same thing. You cannot have sex like just for whatever they call physical pleasure. It's purely for having children. And then in the show, it's like, if you cannot have children, then you need to find another person to come replace it. And their only purpose is to have children. And like the wife is there, everyone's like watching the whole act happen. And it's like fucking weird, man. That whole show was weird. But I highly recommend it if that's, if like, you want to watch something that's similar to like 1984, or at least this whole section anyway. What the fuck? Joy Camp is a forced labor camp. Oh my god. is supposed to mean the exact opposite of what they appear to mean. Oh, Lord. Okay, so that's B vocabulary. C vocabulary should be the last one. Supplementary to the others, consists entirely of scientific and technical terms. Oh, you never use it in regular speech. Okay. Other heresies of crude kind. It would have been possible, for example, to say Big Brother is ungood, but this statement, which to an orthodox ear merely conveyed a self-evident absurdity, could not have been sustained by reasoned argument, because the necessary words were not available. Well, but like you guys are the ones who like took out the words. What do you mean not available? That assumes that you were the what? I think it was better if they just say did not exist, because that's what the whole point is, right? They wiped out the words from existing. So it's not that they were not available, because that would assume that they were available in the first place. They weren't available at all. They were just gone. Okay, anyway, and then yeah, I think okay, that is compound words such as speak right were of course found in a vocabulary, but these were merely convenient abbreviations that had no special ideological color. Speak right? So are you speaking or are you writing? Are you writing down what you speak? Anyway, yeah, this stuff is the stuff that you find at the back of 1984. You are actually highly recommended to read it. Because the book itself does not explain some of this stuff. Which is why we keep getting a lot of word speak or new speak. Like thought crime. I think thought crime would be a new speak word, right? Double think is another one. I thought there was going to be a dictionary though. Anyway. Alright, I think we can probably do one more chapter. And then, well, we'll see how long it goes. Because I think I'm ending it at midnight. So then I can go sleep after. What, like plus sleep? Good sleep? Oh no, you could probably just say sleep. I think it's fine if you just say sleep, right? They're not gonna be like, oh, sleep is bad because you are rebelling against society because you sleep. So that is my assumption. God, wait, what if you have dreams though? Like, God help you if you have like dreams about rebellion and then the thought police is watching your dreams and then they're like, go arrest this person right now because they dreamed the wrong thing. Yikes. Having that thought is kind of terrifying because at that point that's not even under your control. You can't control your dreams. You can try, but you can't when you're in. Some people can, but not everyone can control their dreams. So like that seems like a terrifying death actually, because it's like, imagine if it's like you're dreaming, maybe the thought police doesn't see it, but your kid can tell and then be like, hey police, my parents are dreaming the wrong thing, go arrest them right now. There is a word that I'm trying to think of that describes the situation, but it is not coming to my mind. Anyway, chapter 3. Oh, look, it's going to talk about dreams. Okay, cool. Winston was dreaming of his mother. He must, he thought, have been 10 or 11 years old when his mother had disappeared. She was a tall, statuesque, rather silent woman with slow movements and magnificent fair hair. His father he remembered more vaguely as dark and thin, dressed always in neat dark clothes. Winston remembered especially the very thin soles of his father's shoes, and wearing spectacles. The two of them must evidently have been swallowed up in one of the first great purges of the 50s. At this moment, his mother was sitting in some place deep down beneath him, with his young sister in her arms. He did not remember his sister at all, except as a tiny feeble baby, always silent, with large, watchful eyes. Both of them were looking up at him. They were down in some subterranean place, the bottom of a well, for instance, or a very deep grave. But it was a place which, already far below him, was itself moving downwards. They were in the saloon of a sinking ship, looking up at him through the darkening water. There was still air in the saloon. They could still see him and he them, but all the while they were sinking down into the green waters which in another moment must hide them from sight forever. He was out in the light and air while they were being sucked down to death, and they were down there because he was up here. He knew it, and they knew it, and he could see the knowledge in their faces. There was no reproach either in their faces or in their hearts, only the knowledge that they must die in order that he might remain alive, and that this was part of the unavoidable order of things. He could not remember what had happened, but he knew in his dream that in some way the lives of his mother and his sister had been sacrificed to his own. It was one of those dreams which, while retaining the characteristic dream scenery, are a continuation of one's intellectual life, and in which one becomes aware of facts and ideas which still seem new and valuable after one is awake. The thing that now suddenly struck Winston was that his mother's death, nearly 30 years ago, had been tragic and sorrowful in a way that was no longer possible. Tragedy, he perceived, belonged to an ancient time, to a time where there was still privacy, love, and friendship, and when the members of a family stood by one another without needing to know the reason. His mother's memory tore at his heart because she had died loving him when he was too young and selfish to love her in return, and because somehow, he did not remember how, she had sacrificed herself to a conception of loyalty that was private and unalterable. Such things, he saw, could not happen today. Today there were fear, hatred, and pain, but no dignity of emotion, no deep or complex sorrows. All this he seemed to see in the large eyes of his mother and his sister, looking up at him through this green water, hundreds of fathoms down and still sinking. Snuggled into bed. I hope you're nice and comfy. Yeah, I think this might be the last chapter, possibly. We'll see. But yeah, this is pretty sad. He's not allowed to feel. It feels like he's not allowing himself to feel emotions, or that he almost can't anymore. Because of this, probably because of the thought police, or something related to that. Damn. Suddenly, he was standing on short, springy turf on a summer evening when the slanting rays of the sun gilded the ground. The landscape that he was looking at recurred so often in his dreams that he was never fully certain whether or not he had seen it in the real world. In his waking thoughts, he called it the Golden Country. It was an old rabbit-bitten pasture with a foot track wandering across it and a molehill here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side of the field, the boughs of the elm trees were swaying very faintly in the breeze, their leaves just stirring in dense masses like woman's hair. Somewhere near at hand, though out of sight, there was a clear, slow-moving stream where dace were swimming in the pools under the willow trees. The girl with dark hair was coming towards them across the field. With what seemed a single movement, she tore off her clothes and flung them disdainfully aside. Her body was white and smooth, but it aroused no desire in him. Indeed, he barely looked at it. What overwhelmed him in that instant was admiration for the gesture with which she had thrown her clothes aside. With its grace and carelessness, it seemed to annihilate a whole culture, a whole system of thought, as though Big Brother and the party and the thought police could all be swept into nothingness by a single splendid moment of the arm. That, too, was a gesture belonging to the ancient time. Winston woke up with the word Shakespeare on his lips. The telescreen was giving forth an ear-splitting whistle which continued on the same note for 30 seconds. It was not 7:15, getting up time for the office workers. Winston wrenched his body out of bed, naked, for a member of the outer party received only 3,000 clothing coupons annually, and a suit of pajamas was 600, and seized a dingy singlet and a pair of shorts that were lying across a chair. I'm afraid of what I'm about to read, man. The physical jerks would begin in 3 minutes. The next moment, he was doubled up by a violent coughing fit by nearly always attacked him soon after waking up. It emptied his lungs so completely that he could only begin breathing again by lying on his back and taking a series of deep gasps. His veins had swelled with the effort of the cough, and the varicose ulcer had started itching. 30 to 40 group, yapped a piercing female voice. 30 to 40 group. Take your places, please. 30s to 40s. Winston sprung to attention in front of the telescreen, upon which the image of a youngish woman, scrawny but muscular, dressed in tunic and gym shoes, had already appeared. Arms bending and stretching, she rapped out. Take your time by me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, comrades, put a bit of life into it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The pain of the coughing fit had not quite driven out of Winston's mind the impression made by his dream, and the rhythmic movements of the exercise restored it somewhat. As he mechanically shot his arms back and forth, wearing on his face the look of grim enjoyment which was considered proper during the physical jerks, he was struggling to think his way backward into the dim period of his early childhood. It was extremely difficult. Beyond the late 50s, everything faded. When there were no external records that you could refer to, even the outline of your own life lost its sharpness. You remembered huge events, which had quite probably not happened. You remembered the detail of incidents without being able to recapture their atmosphere, and there were long blank periods to which you could assign nothing. Everything had been different then. Even the names of countries and the shapes on the map had been different. Airstrip 1, for instance, had not been so called in those days. It had been called England or Britain, though London, he felt certain, had always been called London. Winston could not definitely remember a time when his country had not been at war, but it was evident that there had been a fairly long interval of peace during his childhood, because one of his early memories was of an air raid which appeared to take everyone by surprise. Give me a sec. Oh boy, I'm just realizing maybe you guys were able to hear my big gulps. Whoops. Perhaps it was time when the atomic bomb had fallen on Colchester. He did not remember the raid itself, but he did remember his father's hand clutching his own as they hurried down, into some place deep in the earth, round and round a spiral staircase which rang under his feet, and which finally so wearied his legs that he began whimpering, and they had to stop and rest. His mother, in her slow, dreamy way, was following a long way behind them. She was carrying his baby sister, or perhaps it was only a bundle of blankets that she was carrying. He was not certain whether his sister had been born then. Finally, they had emerged into a noisy, crowded place which he had realized to be a tube station. There were people sitting all over the stone-flagged floor, and other people, packed tightly together, were sitting on metal bunks, one above the other. Winston and his mother and father found themselves a place on the floor, and near them an old man and an old woman were sitting side by side on a bunk. The old man had on a decent dark suit and a black cloth cap pushed back from very white hair. His face was scarlet, and his eyes were blue and full of tears. He reeked of gin. It seemed to breathe out of his skin in place of sweat, and one could have fancied that the tears welling from his eyes were pure gin. But though slightly drunk, he was also suffering under some grief that was genuine and unbearable. In his childish way, Winston grasped that some terrible thing, something that was beyond forgiveness and could never be remedied, had just happened. It also seemed to him that he knew what it was. Someone whom the old man loved, a little granddaughter, perhaps had been killed. Every few minutes, the old man kept repeating, "We didn't ought to have trusted 'em. I said so, Ma, didn't I? That's what comes of trusting 'em. I said so all along. We didn't ought to have trusted the buggers." But which buggers they didn't ought to have trusted, Winston could not now remember. Since about that time, war had been literally continuous, though strictly speaking, it had not always been the same war. For several months during his childhood, there had been confused street fighting in London itself, some of which he remembered vividly. But to trace out the history of the whole period, to say who was fighting whom at any given moment, would have been utterly impossible, since no written record and no spoken word ever made mention of any other alignment than the existing one. At this moment, for example, in 1984, if it was 1984, Oceania was at war with Eurasia and in alliance with East Asia. In no public or private utterance was it ever admitted that the three powers had at any time been grouped along different lines. Actually, as Winston well knew, it was only 4 years since Oceania had been at war with East Asia and in alliance with Eurasia. But that was merely a piece of furtive knowledge which he happened to possess because his memory was not satisfactorily under control. Officially, the change of partners had never happened. Oceania was at war with Eurasia. Therefore, Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia. The enemy of the moment always represented absolute evil, and it followed that any past or future agreement with him was impossible. The frightening thing, he reflected for the 10,000th time as he forced his shoulders painfully backward. With hands on hips, they were gyrating their bodies from the waist, an exercise that was supposed to be good for the back muscles. The frightening thing was that it might all be true. If the party could thrust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened, that surely was more terrifying than mere torture and death. The party that said that Oceania had never been in alliance with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knew that Oceania had been in alliance with Eurasia as short a time as 4 years ago. But where did that knowledge exist? Only in his own consciousness, which in any case must soon be annihilated. And if all others accepted the lie which the party imposed, if all records told the same tale, then the lie passed into history and became truth. Who controls the past, ran the party slogan, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past. And yet the past, though of its nature alterable, never had been altered. Whatever was true now was true from everlasting to everlasting. It was quite simple. All that was needed was an unending series of victories over your own memory. Reality control, they called it. In newspeak, doublethink. Oh God. Stand easy, barked the instructress, a little more genially. Winston sank his arms to the sides and slowly refilled his lungs with air. His mind slid away into the labyrinth world of doublethink. To know and not know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which cancelled out. knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them, to use logic against logic, to repudiate morality while laying claim to it, to believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was the guardian of democracy, to forget whatever it was necessary to forget, and then draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again. And above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety. Consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then once again to become unconscious to the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. The instructress had called them to attention again. And now, let's see which of us can touch our toes, she said enthusiastically. Right over from the hips, please, comrades. 1, 2, 1, 2. Winston loathed this exercise, which sent shooting pains all the way from his heels to his buttocks and often ended by bringing on another coughing fit. The half-pleasant quality went out of his meditations. The past, he reflected, had not merely been altered, it had been actually destroyed. For how could you establish even the most obvious fact when there existed no record outside your own memory? He tried to remember in what year he had first heard mention of Big Brother. He thought it must have been at some time in the 60s, but it was impossible to be certain. In the party histories, of course, Big Brother figured as leader and guardian of the revolution since its very earliest days. His exploits had been gradually pushed backwards in time until already they extended into the fabulous world of the 40s and the 30s. When the capitalists in their strange cylindrical hats still rode through the streets of London in great gleaming motor cars or horse carriages with glass sides. There was no knowing how much of this legend was true and how much invented. Winston could not even remember at what date the party itself had come into existence. He did not believe he had ever heard the word Ingsoc before 1960, but it was possible that in its old speak form, English socialism, that is to say, it had been current earlier. Oh, that's what Ingsoc is. English social. Oh God, Ingsoc. Okay, English, Ing from English and Soc from socialism. Interesting. Okay. Everything melted into mist. Sometimes, indeed, you could put your finger on a definite lie. It was not true, for example, as was claimed in the party history books, that the party had invented aeroplanes. He remembered aeroplanes since his earliest childhood, but you could prove nothing. There was never any evidence. Just once in his whole life he had held in his hands unmistakable documentary proof of the falsification of an historical fact. And on that occasion, Smith! Screamed the shrewish? Well, that's a word. Shrewish voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Yes, you. Bend lower, please. You can do better than that. You're not trying. Lower, please. That's better, comrade. Now stand at ease, the whole squad, and watch me. A sudden hot sweat had broken out all over Winston's body. His face remained completely inscrutable. Never show dismay, never show resentment. A single flicker of the eyes could give you away. He stood watching while the instructress raised her arms above her head and, one could not say gracefully, but with remarkable neatness and efficiency, bent over and tucked the first joint of her fingers under her toes. There, comrades, that's how I want to see you doing it. Watch me again. I'm 39 and I've had 4 children. Now look. She bent over again. You see, my knees aren't bent. You can do it if you want to. She added as she strained herself up. Anyone under 45 is perfectly capable of touching his toes. We don't all have the privilege of fighting in the front line, but at least we can all keep fit. Remember our boys on the Malabar front, and the sailors in the floating fortress. Just think what they have to put up with. Now try again. That's better, comrade. That's much better. She added encouragingly as Winston, with a violent lunge, succeeded in touching his toes with knees unbent for the first time in several years. Man, okay. That was chapter 3. We're definitely getting a lot. It's I feel like we're definitely being fed like little bits of stuff here and there while we're getting this perspective from poor Winston trying to do exercises. Like I don't it's terrifying just reading this whole paragraph about how history has completely changed because the party said no. Like, if they want something to be true, they just simply erase all existence of the past and only put forward what they want to be true. And therefore, people are going to eventually forget what is actually true and remember this false truth instead. This part. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. And at this point, what's happening here is who controls the present also controls the future. It's like a never-ending circle. As long as you get control of two of them, since we can't control the future, they can prescribe what they want the future to look like. Especially with this like war against Eurasia where they're like, it originally was, they were originally partners with Eurasia, but then they erased it and said no, we've always been at war with Eurasia. I can't even imagine what kind of, like, and the kids too, because obviously they're not going to remember either. So if you're a parent and you are like Winston and you remember the true facts, would you be brought to the thought police? Because they'd be like, that's not true. I don't know what you're talking about. If it's true, where's proof? And it's like collective gaslighting on a governmental level. Because the thought police would be like, it never happened. There's no proof. How can you prove it? And the only thing you have to rely on is your memory of it. And no one else is willing to admit it. So, like, what can you do, right? Ah, the word was Orwellian. Why did I not remember that? It's literally the author's last name. Orwellian. It feels very Orwellian. Which I guess obviously makes sense because this is his book. Oh my god. I feel like I can do one more because it's only 11:40. And I kind of want to push the stream to at least 3 hours. A little clever, right? It's definitely one way of like, well, like manipulation. This is man, this is some big stuff. That's why we cannot burn books. That's why reading books is important. That's why things need to be free, so that if the government decides to take over, we don't let them. And when they ask for proof, we'll be like, because we have books. Is my thinking anyway. All right. Okay, we're going to do one more episode. We're going to do one more chapter. And then I think I might just end, honestly. I might just end stream. Time to become conspiracy theorists. Oh my god. Is this the pipeline to no, I'm betting this is not the pipeline to, well, how much do you want to bet that like the QAnon people read this book and were like, is this about us? I really hope not. Viva la revolution. Viva la revolution. Down, wait, no. Big brother. B. 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 I'm sure everyone references this book, so yeah, that's true. It does make it hard to like be like, oh, you know, this is the right interpretation and that is the right interpretation. Against fear and doubloonism. Oh yeah. Make sure you redeem your daily doubloons if you still are playing that game. Get your free daily doubloons, 100 of them. Unless they decided to change the economy again because everything's inflating yet again. Rebel, rebel, rebel. Wait, what would you say? Down with Fira? Or would you address me by my full name and say down with Sulfira? I'm not even doing anything with the doubloons. I'm just giving it to you for free. Wow. I just like following the doubloon economy updates. Yo, true, true. You know, at this point, I'm not even part of the doubloon economy. I literally can't take part of it because I have uninstalled TikTok from my phone. So, you know, I'm just here to help you guys. I have no benefit whatsoever. Down with Sulfira, Fira. Sulfira, Fira. Down with the panda. Lol, why so? Because I'm addicted to it. So, I need to stop sleeping at 3 or 4 a.m. because I'm on it until that time. And I was like, one day I was lying in bed and I was like, it was like 4 a.m. after a night of TikTok again. And I was like, man, I can't do this anymore. I need to sleep. I actually legitimately need to sleep. The only way to win is to escape. See, the thing is, right? The thing is, what I've done is because, like, for a long time, what I did when I was on TikTok is that, like, I would see some really good TikToks and then I would save it in my Discord. Like, I have a private Discord just to save TikToks. So now it's like, I'm not necessarily cutting myself off cold turkey, but, like, I now have a place where I can go back to. I can just go back to my personal Discord where I've saved all the useful TikToks, the ones that I found that are useful to me. And I can actually finally go back and, you know, watch them, you know, whenever I need them. So I know they're like, it's like specifically categorized to me. And it's not TikTok forcing me to look at something or think about something if I didn't choose to do it. You know the amount of times I've like been on TikTok and then randomly there'll be like, it will immediately jump me. I don't know if this is just like my feed, but like it'll immediately jump me into like people telling me that, oh, you know, you should not be thinking this way, you should be thinking this other way. Or I don't know, something about TikTok, there's a weird, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to describe it either. I just think there's like this weird culture on TikTok sometimes. It's not necessarily toxic, but it's a lot of people telling you how to think and telling you what is the right way to do something and the wrong way to do something. And they kind of present it as like, oh, pro tip, you know, your life is going to be so much better if you do this or think like this. And I'm like, I want to choose how to think myself. I think I've had enough of like 30 years of people telling me how to think. I think it's about time I decide myself on how to think. And because I think they all come from like the perspective of like, I know what's best for you. It is how it sounds. It's like, I know what's best for you. You should do this. You should do that. I'm like, I can't. That's enough. I can't do this anymore. Digital detox time? Yes. Yep. Good digital minimalism. Oh, is that really? Is that what it's called? Good digital minimalism is like when you're using it intentionally for like being like, okay, this thing, oh, it's like sometimes they're pretty useful too. Like it's like recipes, and like I'll save the recipes because I know like, oh, I like this and I think it's cool, I want to try it. So then I'll save it in like a thing. So then, you know, whenever I feel like cooking, then I can go to my TikTok recipes channel and be like, see, I asked for this. I was looking for this specifically and I'm not going to get distracted by anything else. Yeah. I've saved enough of TikToks in that Discord that it'll last me for a while, I think. Yeah, lots of spheres of influence. But I know everything about you better than you. Honestly, sometimes they really make it sound like it's true or like that they believe that. Cuz like, and also there's like this element of like, you know how when you read a zodiac or your horoscope, sometimes it feels like that where you mentally are, you read something and you're like, oh yeah, that's true, that applies to my life. But then also when I think about it, I'm like, oh, but it's not just me, it applies to other people too. So this is not really like a specific for me thing. And like a lot of the stuff I see on TikTok feels like a horoscope. Like they'll list the things that you make you feel like, oh wait, that's me, that's me to a T. And then it's like, wait, but no, there's like, it's like other people too, it's not just me, you know. I don't know if that's making any sense. Making sure the tech you use aligns with your core values is a big part of it too. Oh, hey, I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back for that then. Good on me for saving all those TikToks. Lots of cognitive tricks and subtle manipulation goes on. And it's kind of terrifying. And I literally sound like I'm a addict. Honestly, that's for a while I was like, am I a TikTok addict? I worry about myself sometimes. I'm like, was I in the TikTok cult? Am I in a TikTok cult right now? I don't know. Either way, where was I going with this topic? What did you mishear? That I was in a cult? I am technically comparing TikTok to a cult. Well, not really. No, if it's bad, don't clip it. Oh no. Oh god, it's gonna, if you clip it, it's gonna be saved for forever. And now every time I raid someone, they're gonna see the clip and then they're gonna be like, Vera, why did you say this? And I'll be like, I was just talking about TikTok, I swear. Oh man. Hashtag out of context. Hello, Hug Your Dogs. Welcome to the stream. I am about to read. Oh, well, yeah, I'm probably about to read the chapter 4 of 1984. Hey, that rhymes. And then I'm gonna end stream. Hmm? Hmm? Wait, what addict? Oh god, I literally cannot hear what the heck it's saying. I cannot hear. Why? Oh yeah, because it's turned down my volume. You know, I'm dumb. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn down the music because I can't hear this. What did I say? Oh. Oh god. No. No. Not that. Oh man, that's what happens when words jump out of my mouth. This I swear when you actually, you know what's interesting is that if you have been like carefully listening to me reading, you'll the little notice, the little like it's kind of easy to kind of see how my brain thinks, because I'll accidentally read the next word or the word after that, or I've already noticed myself doing this, is I will add in words that I think should be there, because I'm like in my head, I don't know why. It's as if George Orwell, literally George Orwell, needs my stupid ass editing his work. But like my head is naturally filling in words sometimes, or and I'm like, man, why? My brain, why? So there are many examples in this stream where I'm reading and then I'm reading the next word before the first word I'm supposed to read, or I read the word before it, or whatever, because the way that I read is my eyes go faster than my brain can comprehend. So I sometimes end up reading further than I should because my eyes are already there. Yeah. And then I have to like forcefully pull myself back and be like, no, we're not there yet. Take it one word at a time. Before my natural habit is to like digest 1,000 words at once. Yeah. This is why I don't trust speed reading either. Is that related to your writing style as well? In some ways. I try really hard to like just write without editing. Like I just try to do like, okay, thinking if it comes in my brain, then I'm putting it on paper. But sometimes I really just like I self-edit as I write. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because you know, all the things and like novel writing, they're all like, no, it's okay, just put it all out in words, you know, it's better to have more to edit later, you know, you're supposed to write drunk and edit sober. Yeah, that's it. The NaNoWriMo icons you made look awesome. Oh, thank you. I'm pretty proud of them. I didn't spend too much time on them, but it was just like a fun side project. I like doing it. I think I wouldn't say like I'm talented in making logos, but I think I'm pretty good in iconography. Simplifying things to its most minimal essence, which ironically, which is what this thought police, no, what Big Brother is doing to the fucking English vocabulary. But yeah, I do like super clean icons. And yeah, thank you. I think at some point I want to make a whole library of icons. Just like of social media, I like logos, or like you know, like the stuff that you see on mobile applications, like the stuff that I use in UI UX. Clean, not boring. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, I definitely kept the. I tried to keep the same colors. Ooh, I did make one update, which is the teal. The normal NaNoWriMo teal I thought was a little dull. And I was like, come on, this is kind of an exciting thing to do. You know, we're all coming together and we're all trying to write and stuff. And the logos colors, I was like, it needs a little boost of brightness. So I think that was one thing that I changed, but otherwise the other colors are the same. I just boosted the teal a little bit, add some more saturation. And I think that probably helped contribute to it being interesting of a logo. Also, I think sometimes the iconography, because like the original NaNoWriMo logo is a shield split into four with like the icons around it. And I think they were, because like one of the icons is like a computer, so like they're definitely trying to incorporate how a lot of writing has moved on to like the digital aspect, and it's not just like the quintessential, you know, pen to paper type of thing. But I think at the end of the day, when you think about what someone thinks about when they think of a novel writing, I don't know anyone who doesn't automatically think of a book. I think even you could, I will argue even Gen Z will think about a book when you tell them, oh, it's a novel. They're not going to immediately think about a computer. I think that definitely was something I struggled with when making the icon, was like, okay, how do I try to, I did try to consider doing the, whatchamacallit, the digital aspect of it. Because after all, it is like a virtual writing session and whatever. But it was tough. It was tough. So then I basically went back to like what is most obvious. Sometimes the simplest solution is usually the best solution, is what I would say. So I basically went back to the book. Because I was like, you know, no matter what, it's gonna eventually lead back to the book. Like libraries are always gonna be a thing. So yeah, a pencil writing in a book. Maybe it's a bit cliche. I do agree it's cliche. I do agree it's stereotypical. I do agree it's like obvious. But yeah, I think I went with I hope I went with the right choice. I do believe it. I do believe I went with the right choice. Yeah, it's nice when you can tell a story with it, but whether it's obvious or not from seeing the iconography is another story. Yeah. There was also like the inclusion of the cup, like resembling like the cup of coffee or the cup of... Oh, heck. Hobo Barbie, thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome. Hello. We're currently reading... Well, I was reading 1984. And now we're talking about NaNoWriMo because I designed a logo. Not for NaNoWriMo themselves, but for like a little Discord group that I was in. Oh my god, I forgot to do the raid mess. Oh. Hold on. Holy shit, I also forgot to do a raid for what's Gore too. Oh my god. I was so invested in reading, I completely forgot. So here, Gore, I'll give you a shout out as well. Thank you for the raid earlier, Gore. No worries, just hope you're enjoying your chill ASMR stream. Thank you. Ooh, you were playing just chatting. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had fun. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. No, don't play the clip. I'm not playing the clip. Lucas, shush. Big Fira is erasing your memory of the clip The clip no longer exists? I don't know what you're talking about. See, I learned fast. I don't know what you're talking about. What clip? Yeah, me and Cory Ojo read poetry, which was super cool. Ooh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Controls the present and therefore the past. Yep, yep, yep. We were controlling. See. It's exactly like what this says, right? From earlier, you control the past. You control the future. Wait, no. Yeah. Who controls the past? Controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. Oh. Ah. We are currently on chapter 4. But yeah, to quickly reply to earlier message was yeah, it's like the save icon being a floppy disk. You know, actually, there was there like have been interviews done of Gen Z where it's like you show them the save icon and people are like, "Oh, that's a save icon." And then the person will be like, "Oh, what's it a picture of?" And they'll be so confused because they've never seen a floppy disk. But I don't think that, I hope that doesn't happen to books. I think books will continue on for a very long time. I'm hoping. Hey, whoever is a time traveler, can you quickly like jump to like 2050 something and come back and tell us if books are still a thing? Please. Cuz like I know people will definitely revolt if at all anyone's like if anyone's like, "Yo, let's demolish the books." Because at this point, like, yeah, it's like a really convenient way of storing information. And also, a lot of people equate books with intelligence and like knowledge. So it's like people will definitely be revolting on the streets and protesting because they'll be like, you're taking away knowledge. You know, the library is, I guess, you could argue, library is first and foremost the place where you go to get educated, to learn about things that are not taught in school. Anyone ever says like, "Oh, we don't learn this in school," at the very least, at least they have the option to learn it in the library. If you don't even have a library, then they literally don't have the option to learn it at all. Even with like digital stuff, I think books are, yeah. Theoretically, if you could digitize every book and give everyone a tablet, though, actually, that just, well, okay, it wouldn't be heavy, but that doesn't seem like a bad idea, actually. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. But the book smell, agreed. Agreed. Oh my god, I love the book smell. Did you know there's a fragrance that is like the book smell? I don't know what brand it was anymore. I saw it online at some point. Definitely go check it out. I have not bought it yet. But I think they also do other scents as well. But I thought that blew my mind when I was like, there's a book smell fragrance? But not like, I guess there's like a specific smell of musty books. Opening up a book that hasn't been opened in a very long time and the pages are yellowed. Oh man, that feeling. And it's like paper cover too. It's not even like hard cover, it's like paper cover. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll be back. Let me go check. Yeah, let us know, Nomadic. Let us know what you find in the future of 2050 something or 2060 something or however. Imagine 3000. God. Honestly, I never even expected 2020 to be, it feels, I already feel like I'm living in the future. It already feels like we're literally in the future, is what it feels like. I saw someone buy kitten smell perfume, but they said it doesn't smell like kittens at all. Oh, I guess it's hard to like like invent or a smell that can recreate the same feeling of an actual kitten. It's tough. It's tough. I love the feel of older paper and books. Yeah, me too. Just something about them, especially like, oh god, especially if you like find that one book in the library that like was donated, and you know it was donated by like probably like the grandchild of someone who's already passed away, and you see like still like it's like, you know, their name is still on the front page, and then you're like reading it, and then there's like little scribbles of notes on the sidelines. It just feels like you're connecting with that person while reading the book, because like they read it too. Clearly they read it. They have notes on the side. You're like, oh, I'm reading the notes of someone who read this book. And you kind of get to know them a little too through their notes, and be like, oh, this is what they thought was interesting. You know, it's cool. I think that's cool. You can't replicate that feeling digitally. Heck, there's even like a Ghibli movie that's like that. Whisper of the Heart, I think it was. No, that's about violins. Oh no, maybe no, maybe. I don't know. There is one movie that replicates that kind of feeling, where it's like she is someone who likes to read a lot of books, and then she notices that all the books that she reads, because it's like they're still using the cards where like you when you take out a book, you have to go to the librarian and they stamp a date on a card at the back of the book to say that, oh, you took it out, what library it came from, and the date, which meant that anyone else who had ever taken out the book in the past was on the card. And she noticed that there was always this guy's name on it, and eventually she met up with that guy. And I thought, wasn't that the cutest romance ever? Man, that was a good movie. Is that when Marnie? I don't think it's when Marnie was there. It's oh god, what was it called? Am I mixing up movies? That is a Ghibli movie, but it's not that one. Hold on. Oh, did they do the violent thing after? I guess it was Whisper of the Heart. I was right. It is Whisper of the Heart. Okay, that's the movie. Go watch it if you haven't. Highly recommend. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah. It is Whisper of the Heart. Go check it out. It's cool. It's cute. Was the violin though? It's at the beginning. It's at the beginning. The violin part is like halfway through, because yeah, you're right. It is. So the guy that she finds, he's a violin maker. But the beginning of how they meet is through library cards. It's even, I would say it's even before the antique store. It's while they're still in school. I forgot if it was like, oh yeah, because she does transcribing of Take Me Home Country Road to Japanese, because her and her classmates wanted to do a rendition or cover of it for some festival. I don't remember. And then it's in, oh god, yeah. I don't remember the intricate details anymore, but like something like that. Whenever I've read library books, I've always loved looking at the previous date stamps from when other people borrowed the book, and it feels like I'm a time. Yes, me too. Actually, honestly, whenever I look at those, I also think about like I also feel like I'm time traveling a bit, because my brain goes like, Oh, I wonder what they were like. I wonder where they are now. Because it says their full name. So I'm like, and their signature. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love looking at the signatures because some people have some really, really pretty, fancy signatures. And then some of them are like chicken scratch and it's still cute because you see their personality in the writing is like adorable. You're like, oh man. And it sometimes it's like if it's like way before the time, so like 1980 something, I'm like, I wonder where they are now. What are they up to? You know, like did they live a happy life? Did they get the job they finally wanted? Did they achieve the goals that they were looking for? You know, my brain kind of dives a little bit into be like, who is this person? It's kind of cool. It's been a while. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. Um, but yeah, library cards. I think you can probably still see them in libraries. I don't remember if they still keep them. Did they take them out of library, like the books these days? Because I know that in order for libraries to for the books to function, they have like a plastic cover on top with like a barcode so that you scan the book instead of having to like do the stamping thing since it's like doesn't physically alter the book or the card. I always secretly hope they're doing okay and that they're well. Me too. Me too. Oh my god. Yo, based. Hobo Barbie is absolutely 110% based. Oh my goodness. I feel the same. I feel the same. I kind of want to write a fanfic now. Is it a fanfic? It doesn't count as I want to write a short bit of like just about like a modern library romance because that's so cute. I don't know what base me. Oh, it just means that I think that you have really cool opinions, like really good opinions. Used in a negative context. Oh. Oh, heck. I thought it was a good thing. Most of the time I've seen it used online is that it's a good thing. Oh god, I do not mean the negative thing. I don't know what the negative thing is, but I meant the positive thing. Yeah. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I think as in like I agree with your opinions and that I think that we share similar. I think a good way to explain it is that I think we share similar wavelength, at least on that aspect. Yo, all of us readers, we need to stick together. We need to stick together, all of us, like people who I don't know you about you, but like yo, every time when especially when I was in high school, yo, fond memories of going to the library during lunchtime, picking out a book. Oh man, that was great. It's so great. So many stories were discovered with that. Like I'd be eating and reading at the same time. And like my friends would be like, "Oh, we were blah, 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 we missed you in the cafeteria." I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's all good." I'm in the library. And they're like, "Yeah, we know." We know if we need to find Fira, she's in the library. Only go to the library at school to take a rest. This is the only place with aircon. You know what? That's fair enough. That is fair enough. Libraries are a really good place to like for like multiple purposes, not just reading. Yeah, I remember some students would go there to take a nap too, just because it's so peaceful and calm. I love going to the library and reading books after school. Yes. Oh my god, yes. Wait, did you also join the library club? Because I did. I volunteered at the school library whenever I could. Great, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Honestly, you know what? Honestly, I should apply to librarian jobs. I really should. at least like once in my life just to say I did it all the way through life. I did it in high school, I did it in middle school. I didn't do it in college though, because college university libraries are like, they come with other things, not just books. Um, I guess a regular library is also like that too. Anyway, I am procrastinating. I don't think my school had a library club. Oh no. Well, it's all good. It's all good. There's always time to volunteer at the local library. Libraries are actually really good resources. I'm like I'm procrastinating so much. But yeah, no, libraries are a really good place for like resources, not just like books or like computer use, but like a lot of, especially like a lot of community government supported based libraries. They sometimes have like 3D machines, like 3D printing machines. So so definitely go check out your local library. There's a chance they might have some pretty cool stuff. That and like some of them also have sewing rooms. I know there's like one really really big library that's in like the city center of my area. And it has not just 3D printing, but it has also sewing. So like you can take sewing classes, you can take 3D printing classes. There's like other classes that you can take at the library that they provide resources for you to use there. I want to go to a library now. You should. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? That's making me want to. You know, I might go to a library tomorrow. It's my day off of streaming. I'm gonna go to a library tomorrow. It's 5 a.m. Oh my god. Wait. No. If you need to sleep, oh my god, you must be so tired from streaming. If you need to go sleep or like, do all that good stuff of resting, feel free to. No worries. There's no pressure for you to have to stay here. It's all good. It's all good. Oh my god, 5 a.m. I'm back from 2084. They still have books. Thank you. Thank you for going back and finding that out for us. It's very nice to know that not 2084, they still have books. Very, very good. Bedtime story? Yeah. We're reading about the government taking over society and I mean, it's a kind of bedtime story, maybe not for kids, but it's still a bedtime story. Yeah. A rock president. What? But yeah, no, I'm gonna read chapter 4 and then I'm probably just gonna end stream. But yeah, if I don't get a chance, Hovery, thank you again for the raid. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna do chapter 4 of 1984. And then yeah. Get comfy. Shush, Lucas, I'm getting to it. But yeah, get comfy, get a snack or drink of choice. And please enjoy. We're on page 22. Well, I'm on page 22 of this PDF. I don't know what page that is if you're following on with the book. But we are on chapter 4 now. Ahem. With the deep, unconscious sigh, which not even the nearness of the telescreen could prevent him from uttering when his day's work started, Winston pulled the Speakwrite towards him, blew the dust from its mouthpiece, and put on his spectacles. Then he unrolled and clipped together 4 small cylinders of paper, which had already flopped out of the pneumatic tube on the right-hand side of his desk. In the walls of the cubicle, there were 3 orifices. To the right of the Speakwrite, a small pneumatic tube for written messages. To the left, a larger one for newspapers. And in the side wall, within easy reach of Winston's arm, a large oblong slit protected by a wire grating. This last was for the disposal of waste paper. Similar slits existed in thousands or tens of thousands throughout the building, not only in every room, but at short intervals in every corridor. For some reason, they were nicknamed memory holes. When one knew that any document was due for destruction, or even when one saw a scrap of waste paper lying about, it was an automatic action to lift the flap of the nearest memory hole and drop it in, whereupon it would be whirled away on a current of warm air to the enormous furnaces which were hidden somewhere in the recesses of the building. Winston examined the 4 slips of paper which he had unrolled. Each contained a message of only 1 or 2 lines in the abbreviated jargon. Not actually Newspeak, but consisting largely of Newspeak words, which was used in the Ministry for Internal Purposes. They ran: Times 17.3.84 BB speech malreported Africa rectify. Times 19.12.83 forecasts 3 YP 4th quarter 83 misprints verify current issue. Times 14.2.84 mini plenty malquoted chocolate rectify. Times 3.12.83 reporting BB day order double plus sung good refs unpersons rewrite full wise up sub anti-filing. With a faint feeling of satisfaction, Winston laid the 4th message aside. It was an intricate and responsible job and had better be dealt with last. The other 3 were routine matters, though the second one would probably mean some tedious wading through lists of figures. Winston dialed back numbers on the telescreen and called for the appropriate issues of the Times, which slid out of the pneumatic tube after only a few minutes' delay. The messages he had received referred to articles or news items which for one reason or another it was thought necessary to alter or, as the official phrase had it, to rectify. For example, it appeared from the Times of the 17th of March that Big Brother, in his speech of the previous day, had predicted that the South Indian Front would remain quiet, but that a Eurasian offensive would shortly be launched in North Africa. As it happened, the Eurasian Higher Command had launched its offensive in South India and left North Africa alone. It was therefore necessary to rewrite a paragraph of Big Brother's speech in such a way as to make him predict the thing that had actually happened. Or again, the Times of the 19th of December had published the official forecast of the output of various classes of consumption goods in the 4th quarter of 1983, which was also the 6th quarter of the 9th 3-year plan. Today's issue contained a statement of the actual output, from which it appeared that the forecasts were in every instance grossly wrong. Winston's job was to rectify the original figures by making them agree with the later ones. As for the 3rd message, it referred to a very simple error which could be set right in a couple of minutes. As short a time ago as February, the Ministry of Plenty had issued a promise, a, quote, categorical pledge, unquote, were the official words, that there would be no reduction of the chocolate ration during 1984. Actually, as Winston was aware, the chocolate ration was to be reduced from 30 grams to 20 at the end of the present week. All that was needed was to substitute for the original promise a warning that it would be probably necessary to reduce the ration at some time in April. As soon as Winston had dealt with each of the messages, he clipped his speak-written corrections to the appropriate copy of the Times and pushed them into the pneumatic tube. Then, with a movement which was as nearly as possible unconscious, he crumpled up the original message and any notes that he himself had made, and dropped them into the memory hole to be devoured by the flames. What happened in the unseen labyrinth to which the pneumatic tubes led, he did not know in detail, but he did know in general terms. As soon as all the corrections which had happened to be necessary in any particular number of the Times had been assembled and collated, that number would be reprinted, the original copy destroyed, the corrected copy placed on the files in its stead. This process of continuous alteration was applied not only to newspapers, but to books, periodicals, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, films, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, to every kind of literature or documentation which might conceivably hold any political or ideological significance. Day by day and almost minute by minute, the past was brought up to date. In this way, every prediction made by the party could be shown by documentary evidence to have been correct, nor was any item of news or any expression of opinion which conflicted with the needs of the moment ever allowed to remain on record. All history was palimpsest? Palimpsest? What? I can't tell if that's a newspeak word. Palimpsest? Scraped clean and reinscribed exactly as often as was necessary. In no case would it have been possible, once the deed was done, to prove that any falsification had taken place. The largest section of the records department, far longer than the one on which Winston worked, consisted simply of persons whose duty it was to track down and collect all copies of books, newspapers, and other documents which had been superseded and were due for destruction. A number of the times which might, because of changes in political alignment, or mistaken prophecies uttered by Big Brother, have been written a dozen times, still stood on the files bearing its original date, and no other copy existed to contradict it. Books also were recalled and rewritten again and again, and were invariably reissued without any admission that any alteration had been made. Even the written instructions which Winston received, and which he invariably got rid of as soon as he had dealt with them, never stated or implied that an act of forgery was to be committed. Always the reference was to slips, errors, misprints, or misquotations which it was necessary to put right in the interests of accuracy. But actually, he thought as he readjusted the Ministry of Plenty's figures, it was not even forgery. It was merely the substitution of one piece of nonsense for another. Most of the material that you were dealing with had no connection with anything in the real world, not even the kind of connection that is contained in a direct lie. Oh man, it's going to kill me that the word connection is with an X and not a T. Anyway, statistics were just as much a fantasy in their original version as in their rectified version. A great deal of the time you were expected to make them up out of your head. For example, the Ministry of Plenty's forecast had estimated the output of boots for the quarter at 145 million pairs. The actual output was given as 62 millions. Winston, however, in rewriting the forecast, marked the figure down to 57 millions, so as to allow for the usual claim that the quota had been over-fulfilled. In any case, 62 millions was no nearer the truth than 57 millions or than 145 millions. Very likely, no boots had been produced at all. Likelier still, nobody knew how many had been produced, much less cared. All one knew was that every quarter astronomical numbers of boots were produced on paper, while perhaps half the population of Oceania went barefoot. And so it was with every class of recorded fact, great or small. Everything faded away into a shadow world in which, finally, even the date of the year had become uncertain. Winston glanced across the hall. In the corresponding cubicle on the other side, a small, precise-looking, dark-chinned man named Tillotson was working steadily away with a folded newspaper on his knee and his mouth very close to the mouthpiece of the speakwrite. He had the air of trying to keep what he was saying a secret between himself and the telescreen. He looked up, and his spectacles darted a hostile flash in Winston's direction. Winston hardly knew Tillotson, and had no idea what work he was employed on. People in the records department did not readily talk about their jobs. In the long, windowless hall, with its double row of cubicles and its endless rustle of papers and hum of voices murmuring into speakwrites, there were quite a dozen people whom Winston did not even know by name. though he daily saw them hurrying to and fro in the corridors or gesticulating in the 2 minutes hate. He knew that in the cubicle next to him, the little woman with sandy hair toiled day in, day out, simply at tracking down and deleting from the press the names of people who had been vaporized and were therefore considered never to have existed. There was a certain fitness in this, since her own husband had been vaporized a couple of years later, and a few cubicles away, a mild, ineffectual, dreamy creature named Ampleforth. Ampleforth? Excuse me. With very hairy ears and a surprising talent for juggling with rhymes and meters, was engaged in producing garbled versions. Definitive texts, they were called, of poems which had become ideologically offensive, but which for one reason or another were to be retained in the anthologies. And this hall, with its 50 workers or thereabouts, was only one subsection, a single cell, as it were, in the huge complexity of the records department. Beyond, above, below, were other swarms of workers engaged in an unimaginable multitude of jobs. There were the huge printing shops with their sub-editors, their typography experts. Hey, shout out to typographers! And their elaborately equipped studios for the faking of photographs. There was the teleprogram section with its engineers, its producers, and its teams of actors specifically chosen for their skill in imitating voices. There were the armies of reference clerks whose job was simply to draw up lists of books and periodicals which were due for recall. There were the vast repositories where the corrected documents were stored, and the hidden furnaces where the original copies were destroyed. Oh, thank you for the follow, Erica Galindo. Hello. There were... Oh, God. Sorry. I got distracted, but thank you for the follow. Thank you. And somewhere or other, quite anonymous, there were the directing brains who coordinated the whole effort and laid down the lines of policy which made it necessary that this fragment of past should be preserved, that one falsified and the other rubbed out of existence. And the records department, after all, was itself only a single branch of the Ministry of Truth, whose primary job was not to reconstruct the past, but to supply the citizens of Oceania with newspapers, films, textbooks, telescreen programs, plays, novels, with every conceivable kind of information, instruction, or entertainment, from a statue to a slogan, from a lyric poem to a biological treatise, and from a child's spelling book to a Newspeak dictionary. And the ministry had not only to supply the multifarious needs of the party, but also to repeat the whole operation at a lower level for the benefit of the proletariat. There was a whole chain of separate departments dealing with proletarian literature, music, drama, and entertainment generally. Here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex, and sentimental songs which were composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versificator. Oh boy, hold on. Oh, this next part is interesting. Okay. There was even a whole subsection, pornosec, as it was called in Newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, which was sent out in sealed packets and which no party member, other than those who worked on it, was permitted to look at. Why would you bother putting that out? That's no one's supposed to look at it. What? All right. 3 messages had slid out of the pneumatic tube while Winston was working, but they were simple matters, and he had disposed of them before the 2 minutes hate interrupted him. When the hate was over, he returned to his cubicle, took the Newspeak dictionary from the shelf, pushed the SpeakWrite to one side, cleaned his spectacles, and settled down to his main job of the morning. Yeah, no worries, Nomadic. Whoever, if you need to leave, don't worry about it. It's all good. Please make sure you have your personal life first. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you. Winston's greatest pleasure in life was in his work. Most of it was a tedious routine, but included in it there were also jobs so difficult and intricate that you could lose yourself in them as in the depths of a mathematical problem. Delicate pieces of forgery in which you had nothing to guide you except your knowledge of the principles of ingsoc and your estimate of what the party wanted you to say. Winston was good at this thing. On occasion, he had even been entrusted with the rectification of the Times' leading articles, which were written entirely in Newspeak. He unrolled the message that he had set aside earlier. It ran: Times, 3.12.83. Reporting. BB. Day order. Double plus sun good. Refs. Unpersons. Rewrite. Fullwise. Upsub. Antifiling. In Old Speak, or Standard English, this might be rendered: the reporting of Big Brother's order for the day in the Times of December 3rd, 1983 is extremely unsatisfactory and makes references to non-existent persons. Rewrite it in full and submit your draft to higher authority before filing. Winston read through the offending article. Big Brother's order for the day, it seemed, had been chiefly devoted to praising the work of an organization known as FFCC, which supplied cigarettes and other comforts to the sailors in the floating fortress. A certain Comrade Withers, a prominent member of the inner party, had been singled out for special mention and awarded a decoration, the Order of Conspicuous Merit, second class. 3 months later, FFCC had suddenly been dissolved with no reasons given. One could assume that Withers and his associates were now in disgrace, but there had been no report of the matter in the press or on the telescreen. That was to be expected, since it was unusual for political offenders to be put on trial or even publicly denounced. The great purges involving thousands of people, with public trials and traitors, of thought criminals who made abject confession of their crimes and were afterwards executed, were special showpieces not occurring oftener than once in a couple of years. More commonly, people who had incurred the displeasure of the party simply disappeared and were never heard of again. One never had the smallest clue as to what had happened to them. In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to Winston, not counting his parents, had disappeared at one time or another. Winston stroked his nose gently with the paperclip. In the cubicle across the way, Comrade Tillotson was still crouching secretively over his speakwrite. He raised his head for a moment. Again, the hostile spectacle flash. Winston wondered whether Comrade Tillotson was engaged on the same job as himself. It was perfectly possible. So tricky a piece of work would never be entrusted to a single person. On the other hand, to turn it over to a committee would be to openly admit that an act of fabrication was taking place. Very likely, as many as a dozen people were now working away on rival versions of what Big Brother had actually said. And presently, some masterbrain in the inner party would select this version or that, would re-edit it, and set in motion the complex processes of cross-referencing that would be required. And then the chosen lie would pass into the permanent records and become truth. Winston did not know why Withers had been disgraced. Perhaps it was for corruption or incompetence. Perhaps Big Brother was merely getting rid of a too popular subordinate. Perhaps Withers, or someone close to him, had been suspected of heretical tendencies. Or perhaps, what was likeliest of all, the thing had simply happened because purges and vaporizations were a necessary part of the mechanics of government. The only real clue lay in the words, refs unpersons, which indicated that Withers was already dead. You could not invariably assume this to be the case when people were arrested. Sometimes they were released and allowed to remain at liberty for as much as a year or 2 years before being executed. Very occasionally, some person whom you had believed dead long since would make a ghostly reappearance at some public trial where he would implicate hundreds of others by his testimony before vanishing, this time forever. Withers, however, was already an unperson. He did not exist. He had never existed. Winston decided that it would not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It was better to make it a deal with something totally unconnected with its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that was a little too obvious. While to invent a victory at the front or some triumph of overproduction in the 9th three-year plan might complicate the records too much. What was needed was a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly, there sprang into his mind, ready-made as it were, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, who had recently died in battle in heroic circumstances. There were occasions when Big Brother devoted his order of the day to commemorating some humble rank-and-file party member whose life and death he held up as an example worthy to be followed. Today he should commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. It was true that there was no such person as Comrade Ogilvy, but a few lines of print and a couple of faked photographs would soon bring him into existence. Winston thought for a moment, then pulled the speaker right towards him and began dictating in Big Brother's familiar style, a style at once military and pedantic, and, because of a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them, quote, "What lessons do we learn from this fact, comrades? The lesson, which is also one of the fundamental principles of INGSOC, that," end quote, etc., easy to imitate. At the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year early, by a special relaxation of the rules, he had joined the spies. At 9, he had been a troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the thought police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. At 17, he had been a district organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. At 19, he had designed a hand grenade which had been adopted by the Ministry of Peace and which, at its first trial, had killed 31 Eurasian prisoners in one burst. At 23, he had perished in action, pursued by enemy jet planes while flying over the Indian Ocean with important dispatches. He had weighed his body with his machine gun and leapt out of the helicopter into deep water, dispatches and all. An end, said Big Brother, which it was impossible to contemplate without feelings of envy. Big Brother added a few remarks on the purity and single-mindedness of Comrade Ogilvy's life. He was a total abstainer and a non-smoker, had no recreations except a daily hour in the gymnasium, and had taken a vow of celibacy, believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24-hour-a-day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except the principles of INGSOC, and no aim in life except the defeat of the Eurasian enemy and the hunting down of spies, saboteurs, thought criminals, and traitors generally. Goddamn, man's determined. Oh no, dedicated. Winston debated with himself whether to award Comrade Ogilvy the Order of Conspicuous Merit. In the end, he decided against it because of the unnecessary cross-referencing that it would entail. Once again, he glanced at his rival in the opposite cubicle. Something seemed to tell him with certainty that Tillotson was busy on the same job as himself. There was no way of knowing whose job would finally be adopted, but he felt a profound conviction that it would be his own. Comrade Ogilvy, unimagined an hour ago, was now a fact. Excuse me. It struck him as curious that you could create dead men but not living ones. Comrade Ogilvy, who had never existed in the present, now existed in the past, and when once the act of forgery was forgotten, he would exist just as authentically and upon the same evidence as Charlemagne or Julius Caesar. Okay, we're on chapter 5. What? Are you telling me Winston's allowed to determine whether to award a guy or not just simply because he's there? That's kind of insane. You do all that and they're like, we're going to award you something. but but some guy didn't think you should, so. Oh, palimpsest. Sorry, oh man. Palimpsest. Something reused or altered but still bearing visible traces of its earlier form, Ampleforth. Far too many different definitions. Oh. Wait, so was it like is that a Newspeak word? Was that a Newspeak word? Or is that like an actual word in the English dictionary? I've never heard that word used before, which is probably why I struggle pronouncing it. Gore. Oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna give you a shout out again because I forgot to give you a shout out earlier when you rated. Thank you for rating me. What's a new spec? Oh, Newspeak. Did I say Newspec? Newspeak word. Which is kind of the word that they use in this world. There's like a whole thing in 1984 that everyone in there talk in Newspeak. Let me see if I can find an example. Honestly, sometimes I'll read a word and I'll be like, is that Newspeak? Or is that an actual word that I just haven't come across in a while? Arguably thought crime was one. I think thought criminals is also one. Oh, here's a lot of them. Day order, double plus ungood. So like you can't, I guess you can't say the word bad in certain sense, so you would say ungood instead. So like unpersons would be like dead, but you can't say that. So in this, like you could obviously you can say like normally, but like in this world, in 1984 world, you can't say that, so they say unpersons. It's still, I'm still wrapping my head around it. Like Ingsoc is another one, is Newspeak. It stands for English Socialism. So they took the word ing from like English, ENG, and then soc, SOC from socialism, and they called it Ingsoc. Which is the ideology in this world is like English socialism. Oh, here, Newspeak. But yeah. Thank you for searching that up, by the way. I was quite curious about it. But yeah, basically this is like their ideal, this is basically their ideal guy, is someone who's dedicated his entire life to the party as like, so it is culty. Okay, it is straight up a cult. You could argue, oh god, it's straight up a cult. It's literally just a cult. You can't even talk around it. This is literally a cult. Because their ideal guy embodies all of this. 17, denounced his uncle to the thought police, overhearing a conversation which appeared to have criminal tendencies. 17, became an organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. 19, designed a hand grenade. 23, perished in action. Abstained, non-smoked, no recreations except like gym, celibate, 24-hour-a-day devotion to duty. That's what this is. This whole thing is where we're at right now. Oh my goodness. A yandere cult? Is it a cult if I'm the one who's being the yandere? Look, simply, it's not a cult. I just demand a sacrifice of a gift sub every month. It's not a cult. No way. No, I'm joking. You don't have to do that. All right. That was the first 4 chapters of 1984. We are okay, we're like, I don't know if you guys can see it. Hold on. Let me make it smaller so you can see where the bar is. You see the bar on the right? This thing? Wait, where's my arrow? Hello? Okay. This bar right here. So we're pretty much like one... I guess you guys, what is 1, 2, 3, 6? 1/6? We're like 1/6 of the way there. Which is not bad. Pretty good progress. Page 28 now. A lot more to read, I see. Yes, yes. It is kind of... It's got 182 pages. So I would say it's a substantial book. But, I believe you guys. I believe you guys can do it. Also, don't mind me. I'm like zipping up my hoodie because I'm cold. I hope you guys have a nice, warm home. I just recently turned off my heater so that it doesn't like get into the mic. But you best believe I'm turning that shit on right after stream ends. But anyway, yeah, that was 1984 so far. Very interesting book. I can definitely like feel a lot of connections with, like, I can draw a lot of parallels to what's happening in the world. Not nearly as intense, but there's definitely some parallels that can definitely be drawn. I don't know. The one thing that just like it throws me off guard for sure is like this idea of like they have this thought police, and there was a thing that Winston was saying about how it was dangerous to have a kid once you're like 30 years old. Thank you for the follow, Tom Cruise's Toes. I hope you enjoyed that. What is that like? You know, what is it like literally sucking the toes of someone who was recently in Top Gun Maverick? Like, what is that like? I hope that's fun. I think. For your sake, I hope that's fun. You know, I'm not judging. I'm just curious. You know, just curious. Life-changing. Oh wow. Damn. All right. I hope it at the very least I hope it tastes good. I hope it tastes good. Chat, anyone care if Soul Heat is on? You might hear Soul. Oh, you think it's gonna be small humming? Okay, here. Let me just turn it on. You tell me if you think it's small humming. It's actually pretty loud. Like, it's even louder than the music. Like, it's pretty bad, right? I can see it peaking on the thing. You have music? Oh, is it too quiet? Are you guys not able to hear the music? Oh, wow. Never heard that the whole time I was here. Oh. Okay. Wait, but what about now? It's like very faint. Oh, thank you, JF64. Thank you, thank you. Heater is best music. Wait, so this music is louder than the heater though, ayo. Yeah, I hear it now, just soft. Oh. Well then. Oh well, okay. I guess you guys don't need to hear music anymore. But yeah. Where was I going with this? I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, I don't think I was talking about anything interesting, important. It was just like, you know, here I'll switch back to this. And do you always play music in Just Chatting stream? I figured it was a good idea to play a little bit of music in ASMR, considering, you know, I'm just reading. But, since you guys couldn't hear it, oh well. Oh well. That's alright. I just hope you guys weren't too bored. Wait, you have music? Well, apparently not. I did not for a very long time. Oh well. It's okay. But yes, I did have it kind of playing quietly in the background. But I didn't realize it was so quiet that no one could hear it. That's alright. It's a learning experience. I know now. I had it so low because I didn't want it to like overwhelm. I wanted it to be like this like nice in the background type of thing. But I think I made it too quiet so not that no one heard it. Whoops. It's okay. That's alright. I just hope that if that you guys enjoyed me reading 1984. We will continue this at some point. I hope if you've never read it, hey, give it a try. Definitely recommend it. I see now why you are obligated to read this in school. Somehow I missed that curriculum. They made us read... Oh, jeez, what was it called? I honestly forgot. I didn't pay attention much in English class. News headline: V2 frozen in their own house, left the heater off. Oh no! No! I don't want to turn into ice. If I turn into ice, then wait, hold on. Then hold on. Then I might turn into wait. I got this. Oh god, nope, that was wrong. Wait. No, I got this. It's then. Hello? Oh, my short keys won't work. Oh, there we go. There, that. Otherwise, I'll turn into that. Sorry, that took me forever. I'm gonna turn into this. I don't want to turn into this. Please, no cold. Ever watched Hoodwinked Red is Blue? You'll be a popsicle. Oh no! I don't want to be turned into a popsicle. Ice cream! I'm a ghost. Hello. But actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Like ice cream. Soft serve ice cream. At least I look kind of delicious. But yeah, that was the reading of 1984. I hope you enjoyed. I hope whoever needed that to fall asleep, I hope you're sleeping well. I hope y'all be sleeping well and sleeping good. Congrats on redeeming your doubloon, Gore. Congratulations. Yeah, whoever hasn't redeemed your doubloon yet, go redeem your 100 doubloons. I know I said I wasn't gonna raid, but now I kind of wanna. Let's see if there is anyone to raid. Definitely had a lot of fun. Well, fun is not the right word, I would say, for this. I think this was very educational. Is there a doubloon count? There is not. You are responsible for your own doubloon count. Because how could I possibly track the doubloons you get on TikTok? You're gonna have to track that yourself, unfortunately. Or you could put it in a doubloon bank. I think there's such thing as a doubloon bank. Let's see. You know what? You know what? I'm just gonna end. How did you die? I died by thinking about being cold. I died about thinking about the result of what would happen if I died from the cold, and then surprise, I'm now dead. All doubloons are given to Smolfira at end of stream tax. Hey yo, I don't need taxes. I don't need taxes. Maybe if you whatchamacallit? Maybe if you get like 100,000 doubloons by the end of the month. No. At some point, whenever, if you get 100 doubloons, 100,000 doubloons, then wait, that's not a lot, is it? You just have to redeem it 100 times, huh? You know what? No, there's nothing. There's nothing you get. You just get 100 doubloons. I'm only able to give out doubloons. I don't have anything else to give. It's just doubloons. No taxes. Redeem 1,000 times? Oh my god. You know, I think you were there, your Annihilator, for when I was saying, like, I had made it 10, and then I said I wanted to make it 500, but then, that was during the time when I learned that the doubloon economy had crashed, or, like, inflation was happening so that the doubloon economy doesn't crash. So I changed it to 100 because that's what they said. They changed the rules. They're like, anything that gives you more than 100 doubloons is fake. I was like, oh, well then, all right. Does typing without space bother you? Not really. I can read it quite fine. I'm pretty adept at figuring out what you're trying to say, even if you don't have space. Context. Context is a thing. But yeah. Let's raid Red Panda 98. I haven't raided them in a while, actually. Let's raid Red Panda 98. I think it's about time I raid a red panda. A fellow red panda who's playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. In which case, yeah, living panda. In which case, thank you for everyone for dropping by. To everyone who has fallen asleep, please have good dreams. I hope you have good dreams, and I hope you sleep in well. Good night, Jay. Good night. I hope you guys sleep well if it's nighttime for you. If not, please have a good rest of your day, evening, afternoon, wherever it is where you are. Yeah, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed. And I might switch this to a YouTube stream. So like the next reading stream might be a YouTube stream instead. Might be more fit for that content, but we'll see. Anyway, I will see you guys on Friday. That's when my next stream is. At same time, same place. Just a different day. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Goodbye.